Yes, it's that time for the Captain's Cast. How many of these, folks? I don't know how many of these I have in me. Not Captain's Cast, I mean dumb Marvel shows. Good God. Ahoy! Welcome to the Captain's Cast. I'm your host, Captain Garrett of the Swords and Starships channel. Our continuing mission to explore strange, fictitious worlds, to seek out new comics, games, and cinema, to boldly stand for our culture, our artistic expression, and good storytelling. You are on the cutting edge of genre fiction, critique, and analysis, and constructive, compassionate criticism for Leslie Hedlund. Welcome to the Captain's Cast, everybody. How are you? It's Sunday. Are you having a good time? I'm having a good time. We're probably gonna roast. What is it? What was it? It was Mr. Producer. What show did I watch? Agatha. Agnes? No, it's Agatha. God, I can't even keep track of them all. Thank you. Yeah, Agatha All Along. Agatha, it's crap. It's absolute garbage. I'm already yelling. What is this? Why do they keep doing this to us? This is the interesting thing, though. You might expect that I'm just going to come on this channel live on YouTube, X, and Rumble and just start ranting about how Agatha is made by stupid people that eat glue. You might think that. But there are some aspects of it that are worth critiquing. Oh, who am I kidding? These are dumb people that write this shit. Oh, no. We'll get into it. We'll get into Agatha. That is some of the most boring TV I've watched in a long time. Oh, wait, since I watched Acolyte. Oh, wait, since I watched Echo. Oh, wait, since I watched Secret Invasion. Oh, wait, since I watched Ahsoka. Oh, wait, since I watched Mandalorian Season 3. How many of these? It is strange. I was sitting there watching Agatha, and I was thinking to myself, I have turned what used to be entertainment for me, which is watching TVs and shows and things like that, and I've turned it into a kind of work. I mean, it is and it isn't. Obviously, when I'm enjoying a show, it's not work. I love it, and it's great. I'll watch Godzilla -1 100 times, and it'll be wonderful entertainment every time. But it is work to kind of sit through The Crow or something else like... God, there's so much trash I've watched, like sitting through The Acolyte. I will say Rings of Power, though, that one was really taxing. That was taxing. Because I didn't watch the first season. I just watched all the reviews of it. So watching the second season, I'm like, oh, this is punishing. All those frickin' Harfoots. Oh, my God, they're all... Oh, I love eating me bugs. I just love eating some bugs. I'm a cute little Harfoot. Oh, I just... Oh, I love their little cricket legs dancing in me throat. Oh, God, who thought this was a good idea? Wackos, man. Wackos. All right. Okay, I'm coming. Captain's coming in hot. All hands brace for impact. Skunk's Workshop is in the chat, says permission to come aboard, Captain. Permission granted, sir, as you were. Never required, always granted. Joseph Ritchie is in the chat and says permission to come aboard, Captain. Permission granted, as you were, sir, assume your station. Storm Crow is in the chat, says ahoy, Captain. I hope all is well on deck. Very good, sir, very good. All 8 bells and all's well. Joseph Ricci says, when there is a break in the conversation, let me know, as I have some news to share. And that reminds me, Mr. Producer, where is my Discord? Oh, where are my extra chat panels? I don't even have chat panels. Yes, you can have Christmas off. Just get me my chat panels. I suppose you'll want the whole day. Fine excuse to pick a man's pocket every 25th of December. But in any case, where is it? There's my other screen. I have it. So yes, Joseph, if it's a video, you could send it in the Discord, and the captain will investigate it directly. So, however, fire as you bear, sir. Fire as you bear. I'm mixing accents. It's not. It's we just adjust that a little. Tom is in the chat. Hail, Captain and chat. Hail, Tom, the chaplain on the ship. You've inspired me, Tom. I've decided that in my Galaxy-born universe, in the novel that I'm working on, there's going to be a chaplain on the ship, and there's going to be a prominent character in Blood and Oak 3. That would be the third book in yours truly's book series. There's going to be a chaplain character, and I'm very excited about this character because he's quite new, and I think he's going to introduce a fascinating dynamic for John Sullivan, my main character. Joseph says ahoy, Tom, and we're getting greetings in the chat. Skunk says doing good, Captain, but then again, I didn't have to sit through Agatha. You ain't kidding. You ain't kidding. Oh my God. When they say this is for wine moms and cat ladies, I have a bit of a gripe with that critique, okay? The fact that it's true notwithstanding, it's a bit, mean to wine moms. I mean, look, what's the equivalent of a wine mom? A beer dad? Well, I got nothing against beer dads. I have one. So, love you, Pops. But beer dads, wine moms, they all need their thing, right? There's nothing wrong with that. What's wrong with it is that I am watching it. That's what's wrong with it. God, it's the worst. It's like, it's so slow. It's slow. It's like, but it's not even that it's slow, okay? One of the most fascinating things about Agatha to me, and it's kind of what's fascinating about a lot of modern shows, all the ones I just mentioned, is like it goes from mundane, everyday environment to mundane, boring, everyday environment. She'll go from a house to the front yard of a house and talk to a neighbor in the front yard. Then she'll go back into the house. Then she'll decide she has to go somewhere, and she's walking down the sidewalk in the suburban neighborhood. Then she's getting in a car. Then she gets out of the car and goes into a bookstore. Then she gets back into the car, and there's another conversation in the car. Then she gets out of the car and goes to see a fortune teller. Then she gets back into the car and then goes back to the house. And I'm just like, God, what strikes me about it is how bland and boring every environment is. It's like no. Look, if it were a college student's film, that would be fine. If it were a short film done by college students, this would be fine. But I'm saying it's like a short college film is what it feels like to me. It's like shoestring budget filmmakers that don't have access to any exotic locations, so they just have to make something on their iPhone in like their local neighborhood, right? Which is laudable if you are a broke college student trying to learn your craft. But when you are Disney and you have mega millions of dollars to make anything you want, it's striking. It's striking to see like such a boring series of environments. Like, I'm not seeing anything new here. I have a lot more to say about this, which surprises me. Every time I watch one of these, I'm like, I don't have anything to say about this. It's going to be a boring Captain's Cast today. And then I get on here, and you fine chaps inspire me. And so we shall continue. Joseph, I agree. You've made the correct decision. Do not watch Agatha. I mean, of course I would never. That is not a command, sir. Don't misunderstand. I don't recommend it. I don't recommend the show. I do recommend it. I don't even recommend it for wine moms. Seriously. if you're like, oh, I just like a good old-fashioned CW style melodrama, whatever, with a bunch of gay characters in it, which is fine. If that's what you like, that's fine. This isn't even that good, though. Like, go watch Dawson's Creek, or go watch Smallville or something. Like, those are way better shows than this, and they've got plenty of teen romance and all that kind of stuff. You don't need to watch something that has the most banal. The dialogue in this show is, I mean, how many times can I say this? every single one of these, I'm not kidding you, every single one of these, the worst dialogue. Broken, boring, sometimes odd, but just usually just very pedestrian dialogue. Like, okay, let me give you one example. In the opening scene of the show, Agatha All Along, she is playing the character of Agatha is unknowingly playing the role of a TV cop detective a la True Detective, right? Aside from the fact that it is a very terrible impersonation of a great show like True Detective, aside from that, the dialogue is awful. So she's examining this body in the woods, right? She's a detective examining a body, and she's getting very serious and emotional about it. Like, oh, I just don't know how many years on the job I have left, kind of expression, you know? And then her fellow cop says, how you doing, Agnes? Are you okay? And she says, this is literally her reply. What do you mean by that? What? What? Yeah, and then he's like, well, I just mean you're not yourself today. And then she says, what did she say? What makes you say that? Or she asked another question. I don't remember what the question was, but she asked another question. And I'm like, this is writing. This is dialogue. It's so bad. It's like, think of this. A character says, are you okay? Which is, first of all, the most basic ChatGPT line you could ever write for any character ever. But then to have the character say, what do you mean by that? What? That's a question that everybody on Earth asks each other 1,000 times a day. What? No, there's no confusion about what that means when someone says, how are you doing today? It's literally, walk into any restaurant, you will be greeted with that question. You don't say, what do you mean by that, Mr. Starbucks barista? Exactly what do you mean by how am I today? Well, I just mean that you're not yourself. You're not ordering. You're double half calf, which is your custom. Dialogue. It's really bad. Neutron Pack is in the chat. Says, we all know the ending of Agatha already, that she will get her power back right on season finale. Another great dialogue example, which is she's been in this spell. She gets out of the spoilers. Spoilers for Agatha All Along. She gets out of this spell. Okay. She walks across the street to her neighbor. And her neighbor says, incidentally, this is the same character that said, how are you feeling today? He says, wow, Agatha, you seem more yourself today. You seem lucid, aggressive, powerful. And she's like, wait, what was that? What did you say? I said you look powerful. And I'm like, oh my God. Nobody talks like this. Nobody talks like this. What do I always say about art? What is the purpose of art? Well, in my humble opinion, it is the pursuit of, well, I think I've listed 3 things of late. It is the pursuit of beauty, first and foremost. It is the pursuit of authenticity, verisimilitude. And third, it is the pursuit of originality. So what's fascinating to me is that the fact that these characters do not talk the way real people talk, it shows me that these are terrible writers. These are mediocre people that are making DEI kabuki theater. That's all this is. This strikes me, it's almost like a marketing film. I don't think the people that are activists in the DEI space, that would be diversity, equity, and inclusion, that's so stunning, so brave, I don't think that they are actually interested in art, per se. They may think they are, and they certainly will say they are, but they're not. I think what actually animates them is marketing. They're not in the business of art. They're not in the business of storytelling or filmmaking. They're in the business of marketing. And what they are marketing is their sick worldview. But aside from that, the way they present things reminds me of a Tide commercial. It reminds me of the little mini story of the kid's got like a mud stain on his shirt and he runs into the house and his mom is like, hey there, sir, you've got a mud stain on your shirt. And then she puts it in the wash and then you see the Tide Pods go right into the wash so that Junior can get back to his day and you can all be happy. And then the last shot of the commercial is the mother galloping through the yard. And there's all the, the daffodils and everything. And it's like, and it's meant to present a story to create an emotional response in you because you're like, oh, I have a family. I know what that's like. I must buy Tide now. That's what every Disney Plus show feels like to me. I feel like it's this saccharine, fake, like just sucralose. It is the diet version of storytelling. It is diet storytelling. It's meant to simulate what I would think of as a story, but it's not. It's not a story. It has no real value to it, and it's all just pictures. It's pictures and sounds and like Chat GPT expected crapped out dialogue that just moves things in a direction, but nothing is happening. What was it Critical Drinker said? He said there was this movie recently that was like Sound and Fury signifying nothing. What one was that? I've got to find it. It's right on the tip of my tongue. Critical Drinker, which I might pull his video on Agatha just for fun because I feel like I've got a Grizzy video on tap. Hello, Grizzy video on tap, and I don't want to double dip. That would not be good. What was it? Control F, Sound Fury. Oh, that's it. That's it. I remember what it was. Okay, I didn't even find it. I just remember what it is. Okay, so I just watched the film Civil War. I had not seen it in theaters. I skipped that one. But it came out on Max, and I watched it. And, of course, I had heard what everyone thought about it, so it wasn't exactly surprising when I saw it. But what did strike me about it was what an empty film it is. Like basically, you have these reporters, and they're journeying through the United States when it's, like, being torn apart by civil war. And they show you lots of images and deeds and things like that are horrifying and awful. You see like some guys dumping a bunch of bodies and then they shoot some of the reporters. And the scene itself is like very intense and terrifying. But you don't know who the sides really are, what they stand for, what they want. You don't know what the president even did. We don't know like anything the president's done except that he drone strikes some people. It's like, well, big deal. Obama did that. That's not even a big deal. But know what I mean? I'm being glib there. But what I'm saying is, seriously though, like what were the policies of the president? Like, we don't know anything about him. We don't know why did California and Texas team up. These questions are just exploding out of me while I'm watching this film, and this film does not care about any of that. It doesn't care about any of that. It doesn't care why Americans are at each other's throats. It doesn't care why some Americans don't want to even get involved. It doesn't care what the president did or why. It doesn't care whether he might be half in the right or all in the right or not. None of that. It doesn't even really care about the reporters that are the main character because you don't really know much about them. They kind of just fill a role. It doesn't really make a lot of sense why they're on this journey. And you get all the way to the end of it. You see, spoilers for Civil War, you see the president get gunned down. And even that act itself prompted a bunch of questions. Wait. You've just arrested. You've just captured the capital of the enemy. This would be like if the South captured Washington and had Lincoln in their grasp. Would they really just shoot him on sight? That's it? That's all they would do? They wouldn't arrest him, put him on trial, take him to the South? If not, why not? Like, these are the questions that I have. The film doesn't care about any of that. And then I remembered Critical Drinker had done his review on Civil War, and he said, all sound and fury signifying nothing, which is a quote from Shakespeare. Macbeth, as it happens. My favorite Shakespearean play. And I was like, he is so on the money with that. It's sound and fury signifying nothing. There's no interesting questions explored. There is no moral tale being told other than that being a thrill-seeker journalist can get you in hot water. Okay, fine. Who cares? And I can't help but have that feeling about every Disney show. It's sound and fury that means nothing. It means nothing. I can't tell you how striking it is to have a character like Ray Stevenson play Balon in Ahsoka, and his screen presence is so powerful that in spite of myself, I am pulled in by this character. I'm like, where is he from? What does he want? Well, the show Ahsoka, and by extension, Dave Filoni, does not care. He does not care. He doesn't care where he's from. He doesn't care what he wants. He doesn't care whether he's dark side or not. He just cares that he's there. It's depressing. That's all. Resuming. Perhaps a third cup of coffee was a bad choice. What else is in the chat? I think I got that one. Yeah, I am too, Joseph, but I have a job to do on the Captain's Cast. I cannot afford... Well, I am pretty selective about what I watch. I won't review everything, because it has to be something that's truly... It has to interest me. And I would say Agatha interests me barely, in terms of reviewing it, for one reason and one reason only. How many of these? How many of these can they do? How many? It's stunning, man. I'm kind of amazed. I'm kind of amazed they can do this many bad shows in a row. It's you would think they would stumble on something eventually, but we'll see. Neutron Pack says the problem with MCU Disney show is that the universe seems small and there is no interaction with the outer world. I agree. Well, I think the problem is there were great television shows that used Marvel characters that were done well. Luke Cage, Jessica Jones, and Daredevil were all really well done. The first seasons of Luke Cage, and honestly, the second season of Jessica Jones, I picked it up and I was like, I can't even with this. And I don't remember why. I was just bored. Iron Fist was crap. Absolute crap. And I was so excited for the Defenders, and it was crap, which was so disappointing because I was so excited for that. But yeah, I would say the Daredevil show with Charlie Cox was brilliant. And that's how you do comic book TV shows. You do it as a street level character, smaller scale story. And you zoom in on and you do a character drama. And you choose characters that fit that. And my biggest problem with Agatha is why? Why? Why this character? Who asked for this? Who wanted this? Nobody wanted this. Did wine moms want this? I would argue. Well, we'll see. We're going to check in with the Shills and see what they think about it. Listen, I'm just curious. I'm a curious man. I'm curious what the Shills think about things. Joseph says, I'd recommend the movie Rich Flu. A disease targets the richest people on Earth, starting with billionaires, then millionaires, and so on, causing people to give away their assets to avoid death. Well, that's fascinating. That's almost kind of like a reverse bubonic plague sort of thing. Very interesting. You know, it says I'm getting views on X. So I should be able to see X chat. So if you're on X watching and you pop into the chat, it should work. I'm actually, I'm going to check that right now. Let's see. I want to just see if it's running. Yes, there it is. I don't know how to do a live chat with it. That's the question. I'm running it through StreamYards. So we'll see. But in theory, you could chat through X. We'll see someday. But the flagship is, of course, YouTube. Oh, did I accidentally? I didn't mean to hit that. There it is. Okay. Skunk's Workshop says, feminists hate the question, are you okay? They respond with, I'm sorry, I'm not fitting into your expectations of how I should be. This happened in real life. I know. Okay. I got to tell you about this. Anthony Rondelli is in the chat. Rondinelli. Sorry, I mispronounced that. Anthony Rondinelli is in the chat. Says, sup? Oh, hi, Anthony. We have two Anthonys on deck, I think. Do we have Anthony? Is Anthony Timmons in the chat? I feel like there's another Anthony in our chat. He's probably out there. So I was at work, and I was sitting with a couple of coworkers, all men, and I was explaining an opinion that I had about how I thought, as an outside observer without a dog in the hunt, that I felt that soccer, and I was explaining this to someone who calls it football, so that should tell you right off the bat what we're dealing with here. And I said, I think that gridiron football, that is American football, is a more complex game strategically than soccer. And this chap took it. Honest to God, I was just trying to tune him up. I just wanted to piss him off. That's all. I didn't care. I just said it because I knew it would trigger him. And he starts explaining. He actually gave a really good explanation of why he felt soccer was a far more intricate and strategic game than gridiron football. Okay, fine. But I was sort of harping on my point. One of my other coworkers jumped in, interrupted me, and said, I think what Garrett is trying to say, and he explained it to this young lad in another way to help him kind of understand what I was saying about gridiron football. And I was listening to how he was sort of reinterpreting what I had said, and I thought, no, I agree with it. No, exactly what he said. I said, yes, precisely. He understands. This is an intelligent man over here. And then I had this thought occur to me. If I had been a woman in that situation and that exact thing had played out, I would have been primed, conditioned to view that as mansplaining, patriarchy. Oh, I'm not smart enough to explain my point without a man explaining it. It's funny because I was like, a lot of behaviors that are considered toxic male behaviors by women are things we do all the time that we do it to each other. We do it to other men. Like, men mansplain to each other. It's what we do. I know. So it's just funny to me that, like, it just occurred to me that and I told him that too. I was like, I think that was great. You jumped in, you gave a better, more eloquent description of the point I was making, and it helped me win an argument, which is important to me. At all costs, winning the argument. And I said, but if I had been a woman, a female coworker, and you had done that exact same thing, and it would have been just as innocent. You didn't mean anything by it. You weren't saying I was stupid. You weren't trying to step on my point. You thought you were just helping. You were just participating in the conversation. It wouldn't have mattered, because that could have very easily been interpreted as you mansplaining. And he said, I didn't think about that. I'm like, well, these are the things you have to think about in our stunning and brave new world. Fu Man Blue is in the chat. Says, hail all. Ahoy, Fu Man Blue. Welcome aboard. Well, let's dig into a little more Agatha All Along. So I watched the first 2 episodes of this show. It's fascinating because I always kind of say I always say this in the first couple, this isn't the worst thing they've ever done, except for Acolyte. Those first 2 episodes of Acolyte, there's like campfire in space. I'm like, oh, this is shit. But it turned into even worse shit. However, usually the first couple episodes of like Ahsoka, for example, it's not the worst thing I've ever seen on Disney+. So I'm not extending that olive branch to this show, because the fact that the first 2 episodes are not the worst thing I've ever seen yet on Disney doesn't mean anything, because we've got however many stupid episodes to go. What I will say is it's Chat GPT dialogue all the way. It's characters explaining how they feel, answering questions with more questions, saying obvious things. It begins with her as a detective investigating a crime scene, and they're very much aping a kind of true detective scenario, kind of a hard-boiled. They want her to be, she's sort of like a Clarice Starling kind of character. And it's meant to be kind of like what WandaVision did, where it was doing sort of a parody of a sitcom. This is like a parody of like genre TV. And I was sort of caught between 2 feelings about it. Number one, well, if it's a parody, then the fact that the dialogue is obvious and banal is to be expected. It's It's making fun of, it's lampooning detective shows. But the problem I have is, well, if that's the case, it's not smart parody, and it's not very funny. But if it's trying, and I honestly, this is the thing, though. I think this show is like trying to get off the hook and say, oh, we're not actually trying to write smart dialogue. It's like, but if you could, you would, wouldn't you? If you could write really great, awesome dialogue like that first season of True Detective, you would, wouldn't you? But you can't. They can't. So they say, oh, it's parody. It's parody. It's not really. We know detective. We're joking about how detectives talk. Whatever. The problem is that that's how the dialogue is throughout the whole show. The most striking thing about it is how boring every environment is. As I mentioned, they go from car to house to yard to car. Like, wow, these are really exotic locations. Finally, at the end of the second episode, they're going to the Witch's Road, which is this fantasy realm. It's a fantasy witch's forest. And at this point, which is at the end of episode 2, spoilers for Agatha. And at this point, it started to seem a little reminiscent of like Hocus Pocus. And what I would say is there's potential there. There actually is potential there. You could actually make a pretty creative show. There's a lot better uses of your time, though. If you like this kind of spooky, hocus pocus, kind of little bit on the edge of like a fairy tale, there's much better shows. There was a show called Once Upon a Time, which I haven't watched it myself, but it was very beloved. Probably better off with that one. There was a show called Grimm, which was a network TV show about hunting fantasy monsters. There was a show called Supernatural, which is still very beloved, has a great cult following. Go watch that. There's a show called, what is it? True Blood. True Blood. That's a show all about vampires and fairies, and it's appointment TV. It's practically the game of, it's prestige TV, but in the, witches and vampires and fairy tales space. Go watch True Blood. And you can gay it up with that show too. It's one of the gayest shows out there. And by the way, it's a huge hit. It's a very successful show. This show is like a watered down impersonation of an impersonation of those shows. It's as bland and boring as you can possibly get. I was just thinking that, like, Tim Burton could do... I'm tempted to say Tim Burton could do something really interesting with the setup of this show, but then again, I think Tim Burton would have better things to do. I think he would. Because now that I'm actually saying it out loud, I was thinking this. I was like, if Tim Burton were directing the show, it would be excellent. There'd be all kinds of cool things, awesome set pieces, spooky. I just saw Beetlejuice, and while it's not as good as the first one, and while it's not a perfect film, it gets major points for originality. I mean, I recommend Beetlejuice because, if nothing else, it is an incredibly fun and original amusement ride in the Beetlejuice universe, and Michael Keaton does Beetlejuice. In fact, I really love the opening credits of Beetlejuice because it mimics the opening credits of the first film, but in the first film, it's a beautiful sunny day, and we're flying over... What's the name of that town? I always forget the name of the town in Beetlejuice. Anyway, we're going over that town, and it's a beautiful sunny day, and we end on the Maitland's house. But in Beetlejuice, it's a rainy, cloudy, miserable day, and we're going over the town while it's just dreary and rainy, and I loved that. I thought that was a great juxtaposition with the original film. That's clever. I think that if Tim Burton were just doing a Ridley Scott and just trying to relive the glory days, I think he would have just redone. He just would have redone that opening of going over the sunny day, but it felt different. It felt new, but familiar at the same time. I'm speaking of Beetlejuice, and the whole film is kind of like that. It's something you've seen, something you haven't seen, kind of together. I think that's really cool. The problem is if you actually explain this concept, okay, Mr. Burton, this is the pitch. It is about a witch named Agatha who's lived for 400 years. She's just escaped a curse after being defeated by her arch nemesis, the Scarlet Witch, and now there's witches after her, and she wants to go on a quest to get back her powers. And he would be like, yeah, you know what it'd be like? It'd be like that scene in Amadeus. Have you seen Amadeus? It's the Mozart story. It's one of the best films ever made. I love Amadeus. It's a great film. There is an amazing, it's about the rivalry between the composer Salieri, who is the main character of the story, and Mozart, who is this foppish clown of a character, but he's a genius musician. And Salieri's this very self-serious, he all he wants in life, Salieri, is to be this great composer. And he's worked and he's clawed his way and he's practiced every day and he's become good enough that he is in the court of the king in Vienna and in Austria, and he's doing great. And then Mozart comes along, and Mozart is 1,000 times better than he is without even trying. And it enrages and destroys Salieri's entire world. And there's a great the first scene where Salieri reaches this conclusion is Salieri idolizes Mozart before he's met him, and he's meeting him for the first time, and he says, "Oh, why I've composed a little ditty in your honor." Oh, it's nothing. But really, he worked on it. He worked on it for like months. He labored over it, blood, sweat, and tears. And Mozart's like, "Oh yeah, sure, play it." And so Salieri plays this little piano piece for Mozart. And he's very proud of himself. And Mozart, oh, okay, that was great. Everyone claps. And then Mozart's like, "Do you mind if I try?" He's like, you mean play the piece? He's like, "Yeah, do you mind if I play it?" And he's like, "You've only heard it once." He's like, "I only need once." I'm like, what? And so Mozart sits down after hearing it one time, and he starts playing perfectly the song that Salieri composed. And Salieri's at first kind of stunned by this. He's like, "Wow, that's amazing." And then Mozart's like, "It's a little stale, don't you think? How about if we did this?" And he starts rewriting it in real time. Or this might be fun. And he turns it into a 10 times better musical piece on the fly right in front of Salieri, completely humiliating him. And Salieri realizes in that moment he doesn't have a shred of the talent that Mozart has. It's unbelievable. It's such a great scene. It's such a good scene. And I just can't help but think of the idiots that write these Disney Plus shows, and for them to like pitch their idea to Tim Burton would be like Salieri playing that musical piece for Mozart. He'd just be like, "Okay, yeah, a witch who needs to get her powers back. That's cool. Thanks for telling me about that. But wouldn't it be better if we just did this?" And he would rewrite it on the fly into something 1,000 times more interesting and original, and he would remember that he had better symphonies to compose, and he would move on. Because the fact of the matter is, I guess Marvel is just shitting out the last turds that they have to get rid of. They just have to clean the pipes. We already had this one in the pipes, and we just got to get it out. Just flush it out of the tubes. So anyway, it's garbage. Chat disconnected? Joseph says, "Chat disconnected. Please wait while we try to reconnect you. Successfully connected." I thought my chat was I wasn't seeing anything new. What's going on there? Let me pull this up. Joseph says, "I'd recommend the movie." Oh, yeah, I got that one. Okay. Neutron Pack says, "Yeah, Disney will change eventually as they're losing more and more money." I mean, they've got to. But that being said, let's get to let's get to the fun stuff with Agatha, shall we? Oh, yes. I almost forgot. I mean, oh, wait, no. I'm getting ahead of myself. Hang on. Here we go. We need a Grizzy video. But, you know what? He has 2 videos, though. Mr. Grizzy has 2 videos. He has Star Wars. No, he has Star Wars Shills defend Star Wars Outlaws. And he has reaction to Agatha. I don't know which one I want more. I'm gonna do Agatha. Okay, hat tip, Mr. Grizzy! Take it away. Share screen.
I've seen the first episode, but Agatha is the gayest Marvel project yet. Do you agree?
It better be, because that's what I signed up for.
Oh my god. Jeez. I don't they ever get tired of this? Don't they ever get tired, these reporters, of asking? They literally go out there and they ask them every single time, is this the gayest show you've ever seen? And why is the answer yes? Oh my god, so much journalism. That is, wow.
Hang on, this is gonna be bad.
It's gonna be spooky, it's gonna be camp, it's gonna be gay, bring it on, it's gonna be fantastic.
But otherwise, it's made very clear that the rest of the coven is LGBTQ.
It's like a young gay teen going with his kind of angry aunt and her angry friends to go and accomplish something they all want to accomplish.
Hold on 1 second.
Do you think about young gay teens a lot, Roka?
Go ahead and take a seat.
But I'm not going to do this.
Take a seat right over there.
And I have to ask Disney, is this a show for the whole family?
It's a nice, fun, spooky TV series for the whole family, everyone. It could be for if you're black, Asian, you could be old, you could be young, you could be gay or normal. It's for everyone.
Well, that's kind of gay or normal. that had to be AI or something. That had to be a meme. That wasn't like an actual quota. But that's so funny.
Alrighty then.
And I've also heard from another friend of ours who messaged me, who I don't want to say who it is, and how they know this. But they were like, Hector, this show's as good as Loki. And I was like, ooh.
Well, soy number one, I can see why that particular individual wants to remain anonymous.
Mysteries are good, dude. This is already giving me Hannibal vibes.
Oh, okay.
What? What? Oh my god. These shills are dumb, man. Of course they say this is giving me Hannibal vibes. Yes, you moron. They're literally, all they're doing is visually aping Hannibal. They're visually aping Silence of the Lambs. But listen to the dialogue. There's no there there.
Oh, the intro.
The intro.
It's the intro to her show.
Anyone think this is a mail order bride situation?
I'll take Horage for 200.
All right, so now's where shills shout out and cheer for characters they recognize.
Glad to be back, Chief. And no, I do not.
Yay!
Oh yeah, mustache guy!
Hey, Aubrey Plaza. I adore her.
I will say, Aubrey Plaza's pretty hot in the show. She's pretty hot.
Yes! Oh, Nicholas Scratch!
So, here on the channel, we like to call this woman the Nut Gobbler.
Okay.
And if you take a good look at her face here, you can see why.
Strength in numbers, teamwork makes the
Eat
dream.
my ass, Chief.
Eat my ass, Chief. Okay. Yeah, I'm down for that. I'm not no. But her though.
What? Wait, what? What happened there?
Problems, don't you?
Hey! What are you doing? What did you take?
Parkour.
Oh shit. Ouchies.
It's not that big of a fall. You'll be all right.
Okay, ouch. Ooh, that looks painful.
No, it didn't.
She fell on the freaking flower thing.
What a stupid bitch.
It is unbelievable. This is actually a really great example of what I'm talking about when I say how mundane the show is. Look how these dumb shills are on the fly trying to rewrite it into a more interesting show. Oh, parkour scene. No, you idiot. It is a boring suburban cul-de-sac. There's no parkour here. What are you looking for parkour for? It's a middle-aged woman.
Parkour.
Here comes the middle-aged woman doing parkour. No. And it's like, oh, look, it's an action scene. It's an action scene, folks. She's sliding down a roof and she's falling into a flower pot. And she's sort of clumsily attempting to run in a yard on a lawn. It's like, wow, this show is so exotic. It's so exciting. This is a Marvel show. This is a Marvel show. This is supposed to be the MC freaking you.
Shit. Ouchies.
It's not that big of a fall. You'll be all right.
Okay, ouch. Oh, damn, ouch.
Mary, it's been a while, but good to see that your commentary has not gotten any better.
Dude's running, and he ain't stopping.
No shit.
What compelled you to break into the home of a decorated detective?
When you say decorated, do you mean suspended without pay?
Oh my god, that is such a great example of the dialogue on this show. Just blunt force info dumps. Just blunt force exposition dumps. Literally, this is how every dialogue in the show is. You're like, he's like, what are you doing here, detective? Well, obviously I was called by the chief of police who thinks I need to be on this one. Something about how I'm the only detective that can solve this case. Well, that's surprising since you were suspended without pay. Well, I'm back on the force now, or at least that's what the chief told me before I drove here. Oh my god! And so then you have this scene. She's like, what would have prompted you to break into the house of a highly decorated detective? Oh, well. Here comes the illustrious answer. More exposition about her.
Detective.
When you say decorated, do you mean suspended without pay?
Oh!
Dude, I'm going to tell you right now. Okay, so here's basically... Oh god, no! Oh no! I don't want to pause on that. so like, jeez, I'm trying to find an image I can pause on, and there's nothing I can pause on. To hell with it. We'll use the Family Guy clip. Okay, so basically, the first 30 minutes of Agatha is this. It's this pseudo cop TV show. It's supposed to be like True Detective, right? And it's as far from it as it could possibly be. And the upshot of it is, it's a spell. She's trapped inside of a, fever dream, and she can't get out of it. It's, it was put on her by Wanda, and the twink. That's what I'm calling him. He's the gay kid that's following her around. That's the twink. He literally doesn't have a name, so I literally was like, what am I gonna call him on this? Oh, he's the twink. Okay, so the twink is, and he's literally her pet. That's what she calls him. He's my pet. Speaking of, like, lacking in all nuance, in order to very subtly hint at you that this character is, in fact, a twink, he's driving her in his car, and they're having a scene in the car. So exciting. And he gets a call on his phone, and it comes up with a picture of his boyfriend, and so that we know it's his boyfriend, it just says BOYF. And then he's like, he worries. And I'm like, what do you do? So his boyfriend's not a character of the show. There is no other expository reason to bring this up. You just want us to know this. You just want us to know this. And so instead of him having the name of his boyfriend in his phone, because if it were just the name, we might mistakenly assume it's a platonic friend, we have to have it say boyfriend. It's so stupid. It's like, this is why I say it's like marketing. This is why I say it's not like storytelling. It's marketing. They want to market this character as he is gay. That's basically what it is. We're marketing that he is a twink. Anyway. What was I saying? All right, so the upshot of this is the twink gets her out of this dream. She wakes up and she's Agatha. She's lost all of her powers. Oh my God. It's just like... It's like every one of these, it's always about a quest to get your powers back. It's like the Hulk. He can't Hulk anymore, so he's got to get his Hulk powers back. It's so boring. But anyway, It's Captain Marvel. It's the Marvels. They can't use their powers because they keep swapping. That's the only way they can think of to tell an interesting story in Disney Marvel, is to take away the powers and make the story that they have to get the powers back. Which is, I suppose, something approaching an inciting incident. But what they're clearly trying to do is create a Golden Fleece story in which Agatha is on a quest. They're kind of trying to do what Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. Freudian slip there. Puss in Boots: The Last Wish did an excellent story on this exact premise. Puss has lost all 9 of his lives, or well, 8 of his 9 lives, that is. And so he goes on a quest to recover the wishing star, which will give him his powers back, and he winds up accumulating these buddies who go with him on the quest. It's an excellent Golden Fleece story. In fact, it's one of my favorite films. I really love Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. It's a great movie. Anyhow, that was a movie that did this concept very well, but this show is trying to do a similar concept where Agatha has lost her powers. She needs to take the witch's road, where at the end of the road, if she can survive it, she will get her powers back, and she's dragging all these other middle-aged wine moms and a twink with her on this trip. And the problem is they should have led with that. Just lead with that. Why 30 minutes of her reenacting some dumb, fake cop drama? We know that it's not a real cop drama. We know. It's not an interesting parody. It's not a funny parody. Skip all that. Just start the damn show with she wakes up after Wanda has, knocked her out or something, and she's lost her powers, and the Salem 7 are coming after her, and she's like, I gotta get my powers back. Yeah, this is so ironic, isn't it? This is so ironic. The intersectional feminists, they are obsessed with women having agency. You must have your agency. You must have your free will. You must be absent of the patriarchy. And so the funny thing about this show is it goes out of its way to comment on how she does or doesn't have power. They literally have a line in which Wanda robbed her of her agency. That's a verbatim quote. Wanda robbed you of your agency. Your fellow witch betrayed you. Whatever. But the funny thing is, the writing of this show robs the character of Agatha of her agency. It robs her of that because she doesn't get the idea to go on the witch's road. The twink does. The twink is the one that says to her, oh, I really want to go on the witch's road. Will you take me? That's his whole reason for meeting her. That's his whole reason. I want to go on the witch's road. Who is it? Literally, she asks him what his name is. There's a spell that won't let him say his name. And she's like, oh, interesting. Meaning we, the audience, are supposed to think that's interesting. It's not. And we don't know anything about him. He just shows up and says, I want to go on the witch's road. And she says, I'm not taking you on the witch's road. And he says, but if you go to the end of the witch's road, you get your wish granted, which I want. And she says, well, I don't care what you want, and we're not going. And he says, but you want your powers back, don't you? And she's like, yes, I do. And he says, so you should go. And she's like, I should go. And I'm like, oh, wow, that was really good. That was a really great. So it's not her idea to go on the witch's road. And it's not her plan. It's the twink's plan, and she just decides to go with it, which is so weak. It's weak. Because in the Puss in Boots Last Wish story, by contrast, it is clearly the moment. Puss is basically reduced to being a pathetic pet house cat for this matriarchal woman who treats her like a little kitten, and he has to crap in a litter box. He hates it. It's awful. And so when he overhears that Goldilocks and the Three Bears, which are fantastic, by the way, Goldilocks and the Three Bears are these grifters they're basically like a small-time mob family, and they're trying to get the wish, right? And he overhears them talking about it. It's lightning in a bottle. Immediately, Puss is like, that's what I need. I need to go get the wish, right? So my point is, in that example, Puss has agency in the plot because he's driving change in the story. Doesn't it fascinate you that when the intersectional feminist wackos are given free reign to just write whatever they want, they have characters spewing dialogue constantly about power and agency and female empowerment and all that crap? But then, without knowing it, they rob their own protagonist of agency. Isn't that funny? I think that's amazing. Anyway, I digress. Redoubt Productions is in the chat. Staffhere is in the chat. We have, the chat is back. The chat is back on the menu, boys. Skunk says, had no idea Aubrey Plaza was woke. Dang. Well, I don't. Is she? I mean, if you're saying because she's in this show, I don't think so. Listen. I got to give you my opinion on this. I'm not opposed to anybody being woke. I oppose their ideology. All I am opposed to is when they try to take away, when they try to destroy something. When they try to destroy something that is fine as it is. Like, they go and say, we gotta make sure that there's, like, female Space Marines in all the Space Marine chapters in Warhammer 40,000. Well, that's not the story. That's none of your business. That's not your You want female Space Marines? Go write your own thing. That's fine. So I'm not opposed to anybody being woke. I am opposed to the idea, and I'm opposed to them trying to bully me into bending the knee. That's when I have an issue. But the second thing I would say is, like, 90% of every creative personality is going to be, I would say, if not progressive, super progressive. They're going to be super progressive, trending to woke. But here's the deal. Oh, yeah, that's right. You know what? I realize you're reacting, Skunks. You're reacting to what she said on the red carpet. Okay, let me defend Aubrey Plaza just a little bit here. Do you notice how the setup to the question is this like the gayest show ever? And why is the answer yes? Is basically what he's saying to her. She is going to be on record, Skunks. If she said, so what was his exact quote? He said, I've heard this is the gayest show ever. Is that true? That's what he said to her. If she says, no, I don't really think so, and I don't think that's how people should read it, that the wackos would the lunatics, they'd be after her. The long knives would be out. They'd be going crazy. She has to say that. She has to say that. When a Sydney Sweeney or a Henry Cavill or a Dakota Johnson defeats this mind trick that the media is playing, that's rare. That is rare. The media is like the house at a casino. Every question they ask is not about getting an answer. They don't care about the answer. The question they ask is about getting the correct response, which is agree. Agree, slave. Agree. That's the purpose of the question. The purpose is, and if you don't agree, perfect example, I can't even believe this. I'm about to defend Leslie Headland, cube-shaped woman. Okay, so she, a little bit. So she's on this, she had that question where they asked her if Acolyte was the gayest show ever. I've heard that Acolyte is the gayest show ever. Is that true? And Leslie Headland kind of hesitated. She said, I think, yes. And then yes, it definitely is. And you could sense that she was about to say, nah. And she can't. She can't. Even if she wanted to, she couldn't. So anyway. But even if Aubrey Plaza is woke, I don't care. I really don't. Until she tries to like destroy the life of someone, I don't care. You know, people like Rachel Zegler to Manla Stenberg are mostly cringe, but the main issue is they have participated in attempting to destroy people. That's when I object. Everybody's entitled to their worldview, whether it's Looney Tunes or not. But they're not entitled to just go around destroying other people's lives. And by that, I don't mean saying mean things about them. I mean literally like hashtag fire Gina Carano, pressuring a company into firing Gina over a meme. Like that, in other words, being a cancel pig. Being a cancel pig. That'll bring this home. I don't have an issue with wokies as long as they're not cancel pigs. The problem is, if you are woke, you're pretty much a cancel pig because you do not believe that other people have a right to disagree with you. You just believe that. You don't believe that anyone has a right to disagree with you. That's what Am I Racist is all about. These wackos, man, you think they're wackos? You have no idea. You've got to watch it. It's so funny. Yeah, so anyway, I'm not... just a gentleman's disagreement, Skunk's Workshop. I hear your point, but I wouldn't worry too much about Aubrey. She's too good for this show, I personally think. Sorry, I'm getting my chat all jumbled up. Anthony says, are the soy boys brothers? Why do they look the same? Because they all consume copious amounts of soy. Yeah, it's avoid. Redoubt says, this is pathetic. The Disney show, not the Captain's stream. Thank you, Redoubt. I appreciate that. I endeavor every day not to be pathetic. I try. That's what I say when the Captain gets out of bed. He says to himself, don't fuck up, Captain. Starfury says, hello all, I am racist. Gee, no, I just said it. Now I just said it, Starfury. You made the Captain say it. Dude, it is hilarious. Am I racist? It is a super funny movie, but there are some moments in it that are actually quite profound, like really heartfelt. Skunk's Workshop says The Last Wish is a masterpiece. 100% masterpiece. Absolutely adore that film. It was so good. It's like it's a level above. I remember because it was in my top 10 list last year, and Starfury was like, I think it was Starfury. Someone was just like, you've got to be kidding me. The Captain thinks this is a great movie. It might not have been you, Starfury. I don't remember. Anthony was like, Last Wish is 10 out of 10. I agree. I totally agree with that. I knew there was another Anthony afoot. Anthony Timmons is in the chat. Ahoy, Anthony. We have two Anthonys on deck. Redoubt Production says The Last Wish is the only Shrek universe movie I adore. It had no right to go as hard as it did. And I actually think the Shrek universe is mostly pretty brilliant. Like, those first couple Shrek films are great. Like, I love Lord Farquaad. Lord Farquaad is my spirit animal. What's his famous line? Like, it's sad that I have to sacrifice your lives, but that is a sacrifice I am willing to make, or something like that. It's like, what else? Anthony says, I am not a racist. I hate everybody equally. Here. Starfury says heresy. Skunk says, strong point made, Captain. Thank you. Which one? Oh, no, there were so many. But thank you, Skunk. No, I'm not worried about it. I think it literally, like, we got to grab that Henry Cavill clip when he's asked, like, why are the fans toxic? And why is the answer yes, and they should be burned at the stake? And Henry Cavill is set up to fail. He is set up to fail. And he says, I hear what you're saying, which is frankly him still extending an olive branch to the wacko reporter. But then he says, but I don't necessarily see that as toxic. I see that as passion. And it's like, well, yes, but it's so rare that you get a celebrity who defeats that. Of course, you want to hear the very best example of this of all time? Like, the absolute best example of this ever that won the internet was when a snotty little reporter set up the question, the bend the knee question, and got this.
Go yourself. Is that clear? I hope it is. Hey, Bob.
Yeah, that was the Mac Daddy. It literally is like, now, aren't you concerned, Elon, that X is going to go down in flames on your watch because you won't bend the knee? And it's like, and don't you feel some responsibility for that, you rat bastard, you gross MAGA scumbag? And then Elon doesn't say, like, well, we've looked at the stock numbers, or, well, it's unfortunate, but we have this. No, none of that. He doesn't give a Bob Iger answer where it's like, oh, well, we were very disappointed when Disney decided not to advertise on our platform, but we do our best to avoid it, and blah, blah, blah. Elon just right between the eyes to all these rich assholes that think they own the world, think they own us, strip mining the middle class, as RFK Jr. likes to say, brilliantly put. And he just says, go fuck yourself. And they couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe that. And the reporter's answer is the best. He's like, but it's such a good, but how can you You're supposed to. That's not how this works. It was so good. So yeah, that's my defense of Aubrey Plaza. She's set up to fail. It's not her fault, to an extent. Stoffhitty says, Plaza could have said, I don't know, I was having trouble installing my graphics card to notice. Yes, true. Stoffhitty says, I am pathetic, but I have a flamethrower as a consolation. You do, Stoffhitty. You cleave to that flamethrower, sir. You cleave to it. Captain, stop saying you like the Ziegler. What? When did I say that? I didn't say that. I've never said I like the Ziegler. Mr. Producer, did I say I like Rachel Ziegler? Now, and what was the time code on that? Can you dump that? And that's what I thought. He said no. He said I didn't say it. Anthony says Ziegler is suffering from liberal brain rot. Yes, Ziegler is suffering from. She's suffering from the brainwashing that her entire generation have received, which is, the fact is, life is hard. It's extremely difficult. And, I mean, I'm not blackpilling on this because part of why it's worth living is because of the challenges, but it doesn't feel that way when you're going through really difficult things. And as you get older, your responsibilities accumulate. Life has a way, if you let it, of grinding you down. It's that great Rocky Balboa speech. But it used to be that the ethics young people were taught was to rise to that challenge. And now what they are taught is that everything is supposed to be perfect. You're always supposed to be affirmed. In fact, I was watching this Am I Racist film, and one of the things that struck me about the young people that are pushing this crazy anti-racist gobbledygook is that they are basically obsessed with the idea of always feeling safe, right? I should always feel safe in my space, and I should always be in a space where I am affirmed. And it's like, why do we have shows like The Walking Dead, and why do we have movies like Mad Max and The Book of Eli? Because it reminds us of what the world is without civilization. It reminds us what will happen if civilization crumbles, right? It reminds us that we are not as far removed from our tribalistic ancestors and their depredations as we would like to think. And it's a way of exercising social anxiety. That would be post-apocalyptic genre fiction. And so my point is that it's a rather absurd idea that you should go through life always feeling safe and always feeling affirmed. Nobody feels that way ever. Nobody ever gets to a point where, and if you do, well, consider yourself lucky, because you probably live in one of the most civilized, peaceful, free, and open societies on the planet if your life is so filled with affirmation, joy, happiness, and not being unsafe. So the problem with Ziegler is she's been brainwashed to think that if she feels in any way upset by something, that something is wrong with the world, and that's a problem. Or that, something is wrong with her. Starfieri says, did the liberals drop a brainworm in her ear just like they gave to Khan to Chekhov? It's possible. Starfury says you like Farquaad. I do. I do like Farquaad. Lord Farquaad, not least because that name is exceptional. That is an exceptional name. Starfury says, hence you like the Princess Ziegler. Starfury says, a world without civilization, my happy place. Oh, come on, Starfury. Okay. You know what? I don't know why that makes me want to play this clip, but it really makes me want to play this clip if I can find it. Yeah. This is the one.
I was so worried, but now everything's okay.
Be amazed, ladies and gentlemen, because
we are clearly looking at the greatest hero to ever exist on this great earth.
What? Oh, sure. When Godzilla destroys half the city and kills the unstoppable threat to save the world, everyone cheers. But when I do it, everyone gets all grouchy and judgmental.
I see how it is.
Hey, way to go, Godzilla. You killed those awful creatures that only wanted to breed. You know who else wanted to procreate at the expense of humanity? Zod. That's right. You're welcome.
That's so awesome. I love that clip so much. Hat tip how it should have ended. Godzilla's expression is the best part of it. I love that Superman is being all petty and jealous, and Godzilla's just like, you know. And also, it just captures perfectly the concept of the American Godzilla films, which is so absurd to me. But anyway, okay, we were watching a Grizzy video, so allow me to return to that. Oh!
You're almost there. Ooh, I like the music.
Sounds more like you're almost there, if I do say so myself.
Oh, it was
Damn hard.
yes,
Dude. Yes.
yes. Garrus Vicaris, that's my favorite clip in the Grizzy videos. That's my favorite one. Damn whore.
First nudity in a Marvel show.
I don't want to hear this shit while I'm eating.
But if you're real,
Oh yeah, that's the twink. That's the twink right there.
you're real, and not a figment of my imprisoned mind, and that means.
Oh, shit.
And then Agatha is attacked by Rio. And what are you wearing, Rio? You look amazing. Oh my goodness, the coolest looking witch's outfit I've ever seen.
Shut up, bitch!
I think I understand who Agatha was made for now. I think I have a clear a picture is beginning to form.
Ooh! Her neck to hold backwards.
Oh!
Yeah.
Her fight with Agatha is very sexy. It's sexy among all other above all else.
Oh, yeah, dog fight!
You prefer me horizontal?
Yeah.
In a grave?
Is it just my guy brain just thinking this is sexy?
And it beats for you.
I'm just amazed that for once you're not thirsting after Manny Jacinto. That's the thing I'm most impressed by. For the first time in months, I'm seeing these, presumably, straight men not thirsting after Manny Jacinto.
Ooh. Whoa.
Okay, that guy's masturbating into a fucking chicken sandwich, dude.
She's crazy.
Who is this streamer? Who's this streamer that Grizzy? He always shows clips of that guy, which tells me he must watch a lot of his stream. It's just funny.
I like it.
I don't know if it's chicken. I'm not looking at the his dick is wrapped in a bun, dude, okay?
Oh, right. You.
I liked it. Yeah, it's pretty good.
I hope everyone will at least.
God, they're so lame. I liked it. Is what I am supposed to say. You know, honest to God, folks, can you imagine a scenario where one of those guys is just like, well, that sucked. Can you envision that ever? Like, what did they just say? You know, I didn't like that. That was awful. The wackos, the wackos would just dogpile them, man. They'd be screwed. They just have to say that. They have to say it because they bent the knee. They're slaves. They live on their knees as slaves. Because they like a show, I don't know. Because they have to. Because they have to like it. That's why they're slaves.
Try it. And if it isn't for you, I hope you'll let the rest of us enjoy it.
I do not have the power to take away your enjoyment of this dumb show, Grace. Grow up.
Gonna happen! No, not gonna happen!
See you guys in episode 2. Thanks for watching, and if you enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe.
There he is, Grizzy, a man, a myth, a legend. Why is Agatha? Why do they think this show? Why do they think that this character is interesting? I'm just curious. Oh, no, Starberry! I can't put that one up. Jeez, Starberry. How did you sneak that one past YouTube? He snuck one past YouTube, folks. Oh, no. Jeez. I can't tell you what he said. You just have to go into the chat and read it, okay? Because, you know, because rules. That's why that's our sweet prince across the pond. There was I'm kind of curious. I wasn't necessarily going to do this, but I want to see the Critical Drinkers. I have not watched his video on it yet, so let's just do it. Let's just do a reaction to the Critical Drinkers review of Agatha. Because I think I like where he's going with this already. There it is. Maybe I've watched this one. I may have watched this one already. Oh, well, screw it. We'll just go again.
Refused to take the win. I mean, Deadpool and Wolverine turned out to be the biggest smash hit of the summer movie season, and while I don't think it's going to be enough to change the trajectory of the MCU, it could at least be seen as the first step in the right direction. What Marvel really need to do now is follow it up with a high-profile, crowd-pleasing project. Something...
Well, the only problem with that is that Deadpool and Wolverine was made by talented people, namely Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman. They are talented, whereas the creatives behind Agatha are not.
To solidify the success of Deadpool and prove that it was more than just a lucky fluke for a franchise that's sliding slowly into irrelevancy. So naturally, they decided to follow it up with Agatha All Along. And if that name's not familiar to you, you might remember it more as Agatha House of Harkness, or Agatha Coven of Chaos, or Agatha Darkhold Diaries.
I hate so much about the things that you choose to be.
And yeah, the constant name change.
That's a perfect clip. That's honestly like... That's like how Kamala talks. It's the things that we want to be.
Changes were definitely an intentional move as part of a quirky marketing campaign, and totally not a panicking studio trying different ways to polish a turd. It's a show that's been in development for so long that I genuinely started to forget what it was even based on, and I suspect
oh my god, just seeing the clips that are in store for me, I'm like, no, I don't know, I can't do any more of this.
Behind the trailer realized this too, which is why about 50% of it is just a recap of WandaVision. Ah, remember WandaVision? Remember the first few episodes that hinted at a bold and inventive new way of Marvel storytelling on Disney Plus, only to devolve into the same generic CGI slop as everything else they've put out in the past 5 years? Anyway, believe it or not, the show is almost upon us now, and having watched the trailer and a couple of the behind-the-scenes featurettes to familiarise myself with what it's trying to be, the biggest question that comes to my mind is, who's this show even made for? Don't worry though, we'll come back to that question in a minute. The general premise, as far as I understand it, is that Agatha was stripped of her powers and imprisoned by Wanda at the end of WandaVision, but with Wanda dead, for now at least, Agatha's been released from her spell. The problem is that she still doesn't have her witch powers back, and the only way to retrieve them is to follow the witch's road, where she'll be rewarded by whatever she wants at the end. Provided she can survive the trials, of course. So before you can say contrived plot ideas, she's assembled a diverse squad of witches to embark on her journey with her. Nice to see.
Do you know how she assembles this squad of witches, by the way? She literally just goes... she just goes door to door. She just, okay, we're going to go recruit the fortune teller. Okay, now we're going to go recruit this one. Okay, now we're going to go recruit that. At one point, she just grabs her neighbor off of her lawn and says, you're coming with us. Great story, bro.
See a token male witch thrown in there too. I'm sure he's going to be a real bastion of masculinity.
Can I interest you
in a pre-road appetizer.
Ah, never mind. While we're on that subject, though, let's see if we can find any of the other modern MCU trademarks, shall we? Cringeworthy attempts at humor?
You're bound. And you need a chemical peel.
Check. Generic tough female character that everyone's supposed to be scared of? Check. Implied gay relationship that can be easily edited out for international releases?
I hate her or do I want her phone number?
Check.
This is never.
My God, there's not a straight character in this. There isn't one. Every single one of them is gay. Which is like, dude, he has so nailed it. You know, he just that is such a great checklist.
We're gonna work.
Never a truer word was spoken, lass. The one thing I can say in the show's favour is that they seem to be prioritising practical effects over CGI, at least according to the behind-the-scenes featurettes, which is something, I guess. In a franchise where apparently it's too much effort to even film on a suburban street for real, it's nice to see production designers working with prosthetics, animatronics, and actual physical sets for a change. I mean, I definitely wouldn't expect them to continue this trend, but it did make me think that someone in charge of it actually cares about the end products. That's nice and all, but I suspect all that good work is going to be undone by the writing, which, if the trailer and the features is anything to go by, is going to make Amy Schumer seem like Dave Chappelle.
No.
I mean, I know
my
that humor's
God.
subjective, but Jesus Christ, there's only so far you can push that premise before it collapses under the weight of terrible gags, awful delivery, and a tone so predictable that it feels like it came off an assembly line.
Which is why I say you watch this and it's you're not watching a story. You are watching a marketing video. It is a commercial. It's a commercial for diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's what it is.
It's weird because the featurettes keep making such a big deal out of how hilariously funny the lead actress is and how surprising it is that she can also do drama.
So many people think of Catherine as being a comedic actor, but it's her dramatic ability to go all the way there.
Blast me, you witches!
Meanwhile, all I could think about was this scene from Planet Terror.
They all say I'm hysterical.
But you're not.
This is what happens when you tell people lies their entire careers. Lies like, you're really funny, or you're a great singer, or this show is totally going to be a hit, trust me. I think the person I feel...
That's such a great use. Such a great use of that scene from The Shining. Something strange often strikes me as I'm watching these shows, right? I was watching this one, but also just like Secret Invasion and Ahsoka, a lot of these shows, not so much, maybe not so much the Star Wars shows, but definitely the Marvel shows. This strikes me often. And it's especially Echo. Echo is a good example of this. It was, how can I put this? Somehow, when I am watching Batman Begins, or I am watching Iron Man, or I'm watching Thor, even Thor, which, you know, I wasn't the greatest fan of Thor when it came out. It wasn't my favorite. It was good. It wasn't my favorite, though. It's like I buy into it. I believe that this character can fly with a magic hammer. I believe that Iron Man has thrusters that can send him up into almost into space. Like all that feels real and fun, and I go with it. And there's this suspension of disbelief, and then when Iron Man interacts with Star-Lord, it's exciting because it's like, oh yeah, now he's meeting up with the Guardians of the Galaxy. That's cool. Spider-Man shows up. Oh, that's great. For some reason, when I'm watching Agatha, all I can think is, this bitch doesn't have magic. There's no such thing as magic. There's no such thing as magic. She's just a weird lady in extravagant clothing walking down a suburban street. That's all she's doing. That's all that's happening here. And then I see these ladies with their crystal balls, and I'm like, she's an actor waving hands over a fake crystal ball. And I just get this feeling that, like, none of this is real. This is kind of sad. It's kind of sad to see a witch with magical powers talking about those magical powers in a 4-door sedan with a twink. It's who's getting a call from his boyfriend on the cell phone, and he has to hit end because he's on an important mission with the witch. And I'm like, none of this is real. There's no, like literally the feeling I have is when something magical in the show happens, I literally don't believe it. I know. I don't know how to explain it any other way. It's like, yes, I know Iron Man's not real, but why is it I'm watching Iron Man and I feel like it is? I'm watching Thor, I feel like Odin's powers are real. I don't know. I feel like there's something real here in this fictional world. The Force will be with you always. Obi-Wan can say, you know, these aren't the droids you're looking for. And it was the Force. It was the Force that made the Stormtrooper say, we aren't looking for these droids. Why is it that I can buy into that? But something about the mundane, banal, just low creativity of these shows does not sell it. It's weird. I don't know how else to describe it.
Most sorry for, though, is Aubrey Plaza, one of the only actresses in this show who's actually funny in real life, and probably deserves a lot more success than she's gotten in her career. If Jenna Ortega is the MCU, then Plaza is the Fox X-Men movies. Someone who got there first, had their share of wins and losses, but never quite reached the same heights, and ultimately blew their best chance of success. But I think the biggest problem this show has to overcome is that, well, nobody really wanted this fucking thing in the first place. It was commissioned at a very different time, a time when Marvel was still riding high, and they probably thought that every new Disney Plus show was going to spawn a whole network of spin-offs that people would absolutely gobble up. Fuck. And well, the reality in 2024 is very different. Tell me, are you excited to watch a show that's basically a spin-off of a spin-off, centered around a character that was so completely forgettable that it's almost impossible to even form an opinion about her now? I asked at the start of this video who I thought this show was made for, and taking into account the aging and mostly female cast, the campy tone, the song and dance numbers, the constant wardrobe changes, and the painfully dated attempts at humour, it seems to be a show targeted at middle-aged wine mums who also have a passing interest in superhero movies. And I'm not gonna lie, that is a pretty small demographic you're appealing to there. I think Marvel themselves suspect that this show is dead in the water and is likely to land with all the impact of a left hook from Stephen Hawking, which is why there's been almost no advertising push for it. By all accounts, their senior leadership is very aware of their decline in popularity these days, and more importantly, the reasons why it's happening, and they're working hard to alter course. The problem is that massive franchises like the MCU are about as maneuverable as your average supertanker, and there's still a whole lot of shit in the pipeline that's too far along to salvage. For example, Ironheart's been in the can for years now and they still haven't released it because they know it's gonna suck. But just like the DCU once James Gunn took over, there's not much choice except to expel it out into the world, get it over with, and hopefully move on to something better. Honestly, with 9 episodes to get through, I don't think I'll even bother watching Agatha All Along, and I suspect a lot of other people out there are gonna feel the same way. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
Hat tip, critical drinker, another stem winder. And he fairly nailed it there. I would say Echo was the worst one. It's hard to say what's the worst one of these, but I think in terms of Marvel, I would say I think Secret Invasion is the worst because it totally guts the entire canon of the Avengers universe. Like it undermines literally everything you saw in Marvel cinematic phases 1, 2, 3. It undercuts all of it. It destroys Nick Fury's character completely. Completely. It's worse than what they did to Luke Skywalker. Just in terms of the sheer layers of destruction. I mean, in theory, Luke Skywalker in Last Jedi is still the man that defeated Darth Vader and redeemed him and all that sort of thing, brought down the Emperor. But in Secret Invasion, everything that Nick Fury did was the Skrulls. It wasn't him. So it guts everything. Now, I would say, though, the most pathetic show is Echo. Echo is pretty bad. It's so bad. It's kind of funny, though. It's got a kind of Madam Web charm to it a little bit. Nothing can quite compare. Nothing can quite compare with the Kingpin's goons looking for these criminals that they're trying to get a hold. Who are they looking for? God, it's been so long since I watched the show. Who the hell? What oh, that's right. That's right. They're there to get Echo. They're there to get Echo. So they're at this roller skating rink, and they're supposed to get Echo, pick her up, bring her to the Kingpin. And the guy who owns the roller skating rink, who sold her out, is telling him, well, before I tell you where they are, you have to give me the money. And the criminals are like, well, we're not giving you the money. Where are they? And instead of just, putting a gun in the guy's face and making him tell him, they're like, well, we'll just go look for her then. And they go wandering. They're just Kingpin's goons. They're just milling around a freaking roller skating rink. What? And it's like, check the back room. She's in the back. It's a roller skating rink. How many rooms can it have? Just go look in the office, go look in the break room, and go look in the storage room. You'll find her. It'll take you like 5 minutes. You could even split up into teams, cover more ground. But no, what do? They just walk in circles around the roller, and they argue with this stupid pipsqueak that they could just waste him if they wanted, but they just argue with him. Oh, tell us where she is. I want my money. Can I get my money, sir? No, you can't get your money. Where is she? We're just gonna keep walking around this roller skating rink until we find her. Jeez, that's kind of. I find that kind of entertaining. That was episode 4, I think. That's the only episode of Echo I recommend. You do need to watch that episode just to understand. Oh my God, I forgot. I'm reliving it. So Echo is tied up in the back of this roller skating rink, and the clock is ticking. It's ticking. You know. Because any minute, these goons are going to stop walking in circles around the roller skating rink, and I guess just find her immediately, because that's all it would take. So the clock is ticking, and Echo's like, how am I going to get out of this? And so she goes to, she gets free of her bonds, and she goes to a workbench. She's in some kind of storage room. There's a bunch of tools in there. Well, I can't even believe I'm saying it. She assembles a makeshift crossbow. She assembles a crossbow. I can't even believe it. It's like, just get, does she pick up like a makeshift weapon she could use as a blunt object? Is she in a hurry? She just finds something to jimmy the lock on the door, maybe grab something she can whack him with, like a hammer or whatever. I don't know. No, she assembles a crossbow, and it's not even like a regular crossbow. It fires like little washers. It fires washers. Can I find it? Is there like a video of this? I would love it. There might be. It's been long enough. Echo assembles crossbow. If I could find a clip of this, I'd be so happy. No, that's not. No, I'm getting a bunch of crossbow videos now. I mean, it's probably so esoteric that nobody would even make a video about this. Wait, is this it? No, that's not it. Okay, I gotta get this clip for you. Anyway, but it fires like washers, like when you're putting like a screw in something and you have to have like a little washer to go. It fires like little washers at the bad guys, and they're like, ow, stop that. And that's how she escapes. It's so funny. Yeah, it's a great episode. It's a fantastic episode, but for really the wrong reasons. Starfury says, my brain hurts. It's going to hurt worse, bro, because there's more in the stack of stuff. We're done with Agatha. I'm done with Agatha, but there's more in the stack of stuff. And you're not going to want to miss it. Skunk says, what is the purpose of buying Marvel and turning it into the Oprah Winfrey channel? That is a great way of putting it, Skunks. God, God, I wish I had the time. I wish I'd thought of this. It's totally random, but I'm just thinking about that episode of Echo more and more. I want to show you. I want to show you how. I just wish I could just react to the whole episode right here on the stream. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll. I did intend to do a total like video on that episode, but anyway. I don't know, Skunks. I really don't understand it. Look, the captain is a fair man. I am a man interested in justice, fairness, constructive, compassionate feedback. And so, when I am watching a show like Agatha, it's probably just hardwired into me. I seriously, every single time, it doesn't matter how bad the show is. Does not matter. I even did this with Acolyte. I immediately thought like, okay, but if I were assigned at gunpoint the task of writing and directing and running this show, what would I do? Like, how would I make it good? And literally, it's a waste of my brain power. I shouldn't even be asking myself this question, but I can't help it. I can't help it. I'm in the shower, just, what would I do? And then I usually arrive at some point at the thought of like, no, I would pass on this. It's a stupid idea. Nobody wants it. But if you had to, okay, fine. If I had to, so if I had to like envision a way of getting at Agatha that would be fun and entertaining and a kind of intriguing entry into the Marvel canon, which is always interrupted by we don't need witches in Marvel. Okay, but I have to. Okay, I have to. It's like, it's give me back my family. Give me back my family, like a Harrison Ford movie. Give me back my family. And it's like you're not getting your family back, Captain. You'll never get your family back until you make us a good Agatha, a good witch show in Marvel. Damn it, I hate witches. Give me back my family. It's like, hey, you're not getting your family back. We want a good witch show in Marvel. Third cup of coffee was a bad idea. It was a really bad idea. You should have cut me off, Mr. Producer. Okay, fine, Mr. Hypothetical Ransom Man. I will make you a good Agatha show. And what I would say is something along the lines of Beetlejuice, something like a Tim Burton kind of thing, but start the show with the real insight. See, this is the thing these Disney shows do. They don't start the show with the real inciting incident. They never start it with the real inciting incident. They start it with something that's boring, and then a bunch of filler, and then finally we get a reveal that's not a reveal because we already know. For example, the Shills were all creaming their jeans because they're like, oh my God, she's becoming Agatha. What? Duh! Like, we knew she's Agatha. We knew that's what she is. Why are you acting like you're excited about this? This is just the show revealing what we already know. So, broom all that and just have the show start with her on the run from these creatures that are after her, and she hatches a scheme to get her powers back so she can fight them. And it's just so she could save her own life. That's it. Don't inject any other stupid plots into it. Just make it that. And then you can have the characters come in around her. But the problem is, but why would you do that? Why would you do a show about this in the Marvel Universe? It's like, and here's kind of the problem that I see. They are so far afield. It's one thing, because here's how Kevin Feige rationalizes it in his head. Kevin Feige thinks, and he said this, right, that Marvel is it's not one genre. It's every genre. We can do spy movies like Winter Soldier. We can do epic Homeric tales like Thor. We can have, just different. We can have comedies like Deadpool. So we can do every type of genre in the Marvel universe. Okay, fine. But that doesn't mean that you should be going and doing weird, oddball things like Hocus Pocus, right? So my point is, how about you get good at the basics first? How about you give us some good basic superhero genre stuff, and then, if all that's doing great, then you can do something that is like one remove. I actually would have been very interested in a good Secret Invasion show. I would have been interested in that. I think Nick Fury is a dynamite character for a kind of taut 24 style ticking clock spy thriller. I think that could have been excellent. Excellent. And they had Samuel L. Jackson, no less. That could have been a great show. And then you have, like, Acolyte. And I think to myself, now, a murder whodunit set within the Jedi Order has some potential. I think there's something you could do with that. And I often will say to myself, okay, what would I do to make the Acolyte an interesting show? And I have some thoughts about it. Like if you actually made it a really interesting whodunit involving a couple of corrupt Jedi, I totally would be fine with that. Within the Jedi Order, they're up to something. It's not good. Okay, I think you could get at that, and it could be a lot of fun, and it could actually work out really well in the universe. There's just one problem. Why? Why do we need that? We don't need that. We don't need that. Just show me heroes fighting the Empire, or heroes fighting bad guys with lightsabers, or just how about a cool bounty hunter that's wandering from town to town? We had that for a while, and then it devolved into selling toys, and it became ridiculous. So there's no reason to do all these weird things when you're not even succeeding at the basics. Anyway, Staffyette says, YouTube redacted my pointed message about my, I gotta be careful, pyrotechnic tendencies towards the blonde, scraggly-haired New York Vadering movie freak. Oh, Starfury, be nice. Be nice, Starfury. He's out there, folks. Starfury is out there. Next in the stack of stuff, this is very unfortunate. This is a very unfortunate situation, my friend. I predicted, I was looking for the exact perfect clip for this, but it was taking too long. And so I broomed it. I was like, it's time to go. We got to get on the grind. So I predicted some time ago that BioWare is going straight down the tubes. Couple of clues that have tipped me off to this. The Reddit wackos, and make no mistake, Reddit is a den of wackos. It is a den of scum and villainy that you simply cannot believe. And the activist crowd, the Looney Tunes, pronouns, and bio crowd have just been, they've had their eyes on BioWare for a long time. And the interesting thing is BioWare flew under the radar a little bit for a while. There was a brief period where, you know, I can easily remember, okay, the first Mass Effect game. And as you know, if you watch this channel for any length of time, please like and subscribe if you're so inclined. I am a giant fan of the Mass Effect trilogy. It's my favorite video game series of all time. I absolutely love it. Now, that first Mass Effect game where you as Shepard, you can romance either Liara or Ashley, and they give you a love scene that's like cinematic, like you'd see in a movie. That was like pretty new. Like there were very few video games that had anything like that. It was so new at the time that Fox News had Gretchen Carlson, that hen. Gretchen Carlson was like, she was all pissed about it. She was all, look at all of this disgusting debauchery in video games destroying the youth of America. I was like, go away, Gretchen. That would be an example of a right-wing cancel pig. Just to show that the captain is nothing if not fair. She went all Matt Walsh on Mass. She had no idea that this is a 40-hour video game. This is 40 hours of video gameplay, and there's one mild scene of nudity in the whole game if you get all the way to the end and you romance the character, and of course, Fox News all upset about it, whatever. I remember that being controversial just because it was the presence of a cinematic nude love scene, nothing over the top, in a video game, right? Some years later, the wackos realized that because they had gay romance options in newer games, that they suddenly became aware of the fact that the first Mass Effect did not have a gay romance option for male Shepard. And they started complaining about this to BioWare at like all of the, the E3 and, panels and stuff like that. They started raising this issue over and over. And that was the beginning, folks, of BioWare. Uh-oh. We're on the wackos' radar. If we don't please them, we're in big trouble. But the thing about Mass Effect is, and Dragon Age, is it organically incorporated those elements from the beginning. But the point is, the wackos have no understanding of art evolving, new things happening. No, they want literally, if the past does not meet their expectation, the long knives, the pitchforks and torches are out. Never mind the fact that if you played as a female Shepard and romance Liara, but that's not important. That's not important. Fast forward to today. Mass Effect was on the cutting edge back when it was unheard of to have a love scene of any kind in a story. And it wasn't because the wackos were demanding it. It wasn't because some weird blue hairs with Ukraine flags in their bio were on about it. There was no activist interference required. It was simply the story that they wanted to tell. That's all it was. It was the story that BioWare wanted to tell. And it involved, and basically that they wanted you to feel like the protagonist of a science fiction movie. That's basically what Mass Effect is. You are the protagonist of an incredible military science fiction movie, action movie, and it's awesome. And you can choose to be whatever kind of version of that action hero you want to be, which is fantastic. That's a brilliant idea. And part of that is, the action hero gets the girl at the end. So they were fulfilling that from a story-driven potential. But you see, once the wackos have gotten an inch, once they see that knee start to bend in any direction, well, now they start making demands. And in the world of DEI, like Disney, like Ubisoft, like so many AAA studios, BioWare has been infested with mediocre people who should not be in the jobs that they're in. I'm going to react to this because I came across this video. Hang on one second here. Let me get to the top of the video. Hat tip, HeelVsBabyFace. This is an absolute stem winder of an indictment of modern BioWare. Az, take it away.
It really is the last chance saloon for BioWare. If Dragon Age Veilguard fails as a video game, I'm pretty sure that EA are going to shut the company down. It's had miss after miss over the course of the last decade or so. They need something to go their way. So with one final throw of the dice, what are they betting it all on? Double mastectomy scars and pronouns. Because Western Gaming Company. Hi everyone.
And by the way, I am a giant fan of all three Dragon Age games, the first three Mass Effect games, and some of... I actually think he's a bit harder on Mass Effect Andromeda than... I actually feel that Mass Effect Andromeda, although a far inferior game to the other three, it's not as bad as people say, but I understand the criticisms.
It's Az here from HeelVsBabyFace. At the end of next month, Dragon Age Veilguard releases, and let's be totally honest, it's a game...
Dumbest title ever. The original title was fine. The original title was great. It was Dragon Age Dreadwolf, which is a reference to a major character and a major hook at the end of Dragon Age Inquisition. Now, would I be opposed to them changing Dreadwolf if there was a better title? I mean, Inquisition is an excellent title. Dragon Age Inquisition is a phenomenal title because because normally we think of the Inquisition as the bad guy, so the fact that you are the Inquisition in the game is fascinating and immediately provokes thought and questions. By the way, I really love how in Dragon Age Inquisition, they sort of conclude the story with a hint that now that the Inquisition has saved the world, it's beginning to get too powerful, and it's becoming the very thing that it was created to stop, which I love. I think that was fantastic. This new title, The Veil Guard. Oh my god. It's like a Chat GPT title. In fact, I'm literally pulling up Chat GPT right now. Right now. Here we go. Give me 10 one-word titles for a new Dragon Age game. There you go. Oh, there you go. Look at that. Awakening, Rebirth, Convergence, Ascendancy, Fates. Oh, that's a good one. Dragon Age Fates. Just call it that. Dragon Age Fates. Dragon Age Resurgence. Dragon Age Shadows. Oh, perfect. Oh, perfect. I like that one. That's perfect. Dragon Age Shadows. Dragon Age Legacy. Dragon Age Betrayal. Exactly. Thank you. Give me 10 more involving the word guard. Let's see what it does. That sucked. Guardedness. Well, you know, they can't all be winners. All right. Anyway, back to the video. My point is Veil Guard. Just sounds like something stupid Chat GPT bit out. Play!
Game that's had a very troubled development cycle, but when you know that Bioware is the company that's making it, then it doesn't become a surprise at all. All the people that made this developer a wonderful company back in the day have left.
Stop the tape! Stop the... Mutiny is afoot! Mutiny is afoot in the chat! Starfury says... Sorry, Captain. Andromeda's story is so flat and boring, the superior combat mechanics couldn't make me finish the tripe. And to that I say, you're pretty much right. you're pretty much exactly right, Star Fury. I wish I could say. Actually, you know what's fascinating is, so I really enjoyed playing through Mass Effect Andromeda, mostly because I had my issues with the combat mechanics, but there were some things I liked. The skill tree was pretty stupid. Because you could just be anything you wanted, and the weapon tree was terrible because once I got my Valkyrie rifle maxed out, I never needed to upgrade anything ever again. I had my default armor, I had my default weapons. They would throw new weapons and new upgrades and new resources at me, and I didn't care because I already had the best weapon in the game, and I did not care. That's a terrible design. So that's like number one. But it was fun to play. I loved the Tempest. I liked about half of the companions. I thought were super cool. I liked Korra. I liked PB, the Asari. I loved the Krogan companion that you have. The planets were gorgeous. The planets were absolutely beautiful. Some of the fetch quests were actually pretty clever and actually made the fetch questing funner. Now, the fact that it's a fetch quest is still a problem. But the fetch quests were a lot more fun in Mass Effect Andromeda than they were in Dragon Age Inquisition, which I think is a fair analysis. And the basics of the story I really liked, which is we're exploring the Andromeda galaxy, but something's gone wrong. We have to rebuild. We have to build new colonies and all that sort of stuff. However, the antagonist of the story is basically a cookie cutter antagonist. He is just a megalomaniac. The end. Oh, a megalomaniac that's crazed for power, and you defeat him. Oh, great story. So you're actually exactly right, Starfury. I stand down my charge of mutiny. Starfury says the first 20 to 30 minutes of the game, with the real N7 father voiced by Clancy Brown, magnificently. Character was great. It went downhill from there. Yeah, I totally agree with you. Like the scene where, so you play as either Scott or, was it Jessica Ryder? You play as either male or female Ryder. You play as one of the twin, whichever gender you choose, you wind up as, your other twin winds up in stasis and you're out there being a Pathfinder. But your father is the Pathfinder in the beginning, and he sacrifices his life to save you. And that scene where there's only one helmet, and to basically they're in a toxic atmosphere, and your helmet gets cracked, so your father takes off your helmet and he takes off his own helmet, puts it on you, and it's from your perspective, and you can't hear what he's saying, but he's saying his goodbyes to you as he suffocates. It's brilliant. Like, it was really awesome. And you're so right about that, Starfield. I was so in. I was like, wow, BioWare, you've done it again. You've done it again, BioWare. Oh, how do you do it? And then it went downhill. Joseph Ricci says, on October 11, 2007, it was announced that VG Holding Corp had been bought by Electronic Arts for $775 million, equivalent to $1.14 billion in 2023. BioWare therefore became a unit of EA. Yes, I remember. And one of the first things EA did that started destroying BioWare is they rushed the production of Dragon Age 2. Dragon Age 2 was going to be a much bigger game and with a lot more scale, but they wanted an immediate follow-up. They wanted... Dragon Age Origins is a masterpiece. A masterpiece. Especially if you do the Awakening... it's sort of a kind of a half sequel called Awakening. It's a downloadable content. It's absolutely brilliant. And Star Fury just distracted me. He said my face hurts. He's laughing. No, does that amuse you, Star Fury? Did I say something amusing? But yeah, so they rushed Dragon Age 2 into development, and it resulted in a game that I actually quite like. I really like Dragon Age 2, but it's a very condensed. You don't really go on much of a journey. It's more like it's a tale through time, and not it's a tale as old as time. And it kind of sucked. Anthony Timmons says BioWare is going down faster than a $2 hooker on prom night. Oh, jeez. that's like a Star Fury quote right there. Nice one, Anthony. Nice one. Yeah, let's resume tape because Az's analysis here is especially brilliant.
And now we are left with remnants of people who are more interested with inserting current day politics, apparently, than making a decent game, because this goes far beyond the character creation screen. Mass Effect Andromeda was a complete and utter disaster, not only because they didn't know how to use the engine properly, but
oh my god, look at this headline. This is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about. BioWare was one of the first companies that gave you a nude love scene in a cinematic style so much that they earned Fox News' ire. But look at how the wackos are never happy. Look at how the wackos never give them credit for that. Because here they have this game Andromeda, and they write this headline in Eurogamer, quote, Mass Effect Andromeda is another failure for trans representation. New galaxy, same old problems. Oh my god! Gross! There's not enough transgenders! Fuck you! Go make your own game, you wackos! Who asked you? Like, what? You want a game where you can like run around the galaxy with your top surgery scars? Go fucking make it! What's stopping you? Go bust your ass. Go raise capital. Go get investors. Found a game studio. Oh, wait, you tried that. It was called Conquered, and it failed. Well, that ain't our problem. Why do all our games have to go down the tubes just so you can feel affirmed? This is what I mean when I say the culture war, it is self-defense, folks. This is self-defense. I'm not fighting a culture war because I want to. This headline is a perfect example of why this is self-defense. BioWare makes a game. The purpose of the game is to explore space. It is to found colonies. It is to go on an action adventure as a hero and make your own moral choices throughout the game. That is its purpose. That is to whether or not it succeeded, that is for the player to judge and the critics to judge. That is the purpose of the game. They make the game is what it is. Some people like it, some people don't. But here come the tolerant, diverse, inclusive people who just want kindness. They just want compassion. They just want love and respect. Creativity is hard. Making films and games is hard. And we just want respect for those creators. We just don't want those creators to ever be bullied. We don't want them to be bullied by toxic fans. Wait, how come there's no zipper tits in this? I demand that you change Mass Effect Andromeda. Wackos, folks. They're wackos. And they come and attack us. They attack our things. Just play the game. If you don't like it, fine. Go play something else. Go play Conquered. Oh, I don't want to play that. Why don't you want to play Conquered? It's got lots of body positivity and shit that you like in it. Because it's boring. You want stunning and brave girl bosses? Go watch Rebel Moon. I don't like Rebel Moon. Why not? Because it's not Star Wars. It's cheap knockoff Star Wars. It's Rebel Moon. I want all my stunning and brave girl bosses in Star Wars. Okay. And roll tape.
In terms of world, design, characters, dialogue, storytelling, quest development, the whole thing was an unmitigated disaster. And even back in 2017, Eurogamer are bitching about the failure of trans representation within that game. Because this isn't about entertainment, it's about the insertion of far-left ideology. Not just that, exceedingly controversial ideology, which we'll get to later. Bioware attempted to cope by saying the failure of Mass Effect Andromeda was due to Zelda, which, as we all know, is a bunch of crap. Soon after, Bioware Montreal was closed down, aka merged together, but closed down. It was shut down. EA, who loves to...
I gotta tell you, that was terrible. Like, it's funny, I've made my peace. Star Trek is over. It had its day. That day has come and gone. It's over. The Marvel Cinematic Universe is one of the most brilliant interconnected film franchises I've ever seen. It had its day. That day has come and gone. It's over. The Star Wars saga, episodes 1 through 6, told a brilliant story, and there were a few good spin-offs, such as the Clone Wars animated series. I'm relaxing on my souring on... The Clone Wars is good. It can stay. It had its day. It's over. And so, when I have never been more excited. I was checking the news for Mass Effect Andromeda. There is no game in my life I've ever wanted more. Ever. Like, I literally could not wait. At the close, it was worse than waiting for Christmas. It was like getting close to the release of Andromeda. It was agony. I already had the collector's edition pre-ordered for months. I was just bouncing my knees, just like, I can't wait till it comes out. I was so excited that when Mass Effect Andromeda came out, I literally just left it on the title screen. This is how pathetic. I was almost as bad as a shill. I was sitting there on the title screen just in awe. I was just looking at the title screen and listening to the music for like 30 minutes. Didn't even press start. Just listen to the title. It's here. It's really here. Oh my God, I've waited so long for this game. It's finally here. I play that first 30 minutes and just like you, Starfury, I had that reaction. Oh my God, he sacrificed his life for his son, which is me. I'm playing the role of his son. Oh, this is so great. Clancy Brown, awesome. It's a masterpiece. It's everything I hoped it would be. What's going on with this part of the story? It's not a lot going on here. When's it going to get to the real story? I feel like I'm doing a lot of fetch questing, but hey, really cool planets. I'm enjoying the planets. These characters are kind of boring. I'm wondering when it's going to kick in with something kind of interesting. I feel like I'm doing a lot of driving in this, but it's okay. I still love it. get to the end of the game, and I'm like, that's it? That's the story? They didn't even answer the question of whether the elusive man, like, was involved in any way, like, who funded it. There's no side quest for that. That's it? Well, I'm sure the DLCs will... Uh-oh. DLCs are canceled. Why are the DLCs canceled? Because everyone hated it and it sucked. They're restructuring Bioware. Folks, it was a dark day for the captain. That was a dark night of the soul, if there ever was one. I was like, I need Mass Effect in my life. And literally, that was the beginning of the end. That was the beginning. Like, Bioware has never recovered from that. And they did come out with Dragon Age Inquisition, which was mostly glorious, I will say. But that was actually that actually predates Andromeda. I'm pretty sure, right? And which came out first? I'm pretty sure it was Inquisition. Did Mass Effect Andromeda... I love one of the prompts, one of the Google searches that auto-populates is, did Mass Effect Andromeda get better? Oh, ouch. Oh, that hurts. Did Mass Effect Andromeda come out of the closet after Dragon Age Inquisition? Google is very frightening. Mass Effect released March 2017. I guess I could have just done that. Okay, let me just do that. Dragon Age Inquisition release date. Do you have it in the chat? I don't see it in the chat. November 18th, 2014, and 2017 was Andromeda. Okay, wow. My memory is shit. My memory is shit. That's a major difference. That's a 3-year difference. Anyway, yeah, so yeah, Dragon Age Inquisition was glorious, and now it did suffer from... It was way too much world. To this day, I literally sat down to play Inquisition on a second playthrough, and I said, I am going to go through all of it. I'm going to conquer the entire map, every single map. Folks, it ground me down after about 80 hours of gameplay. I was like, I can't do it anymore. I cannot look for one more stupid shard in the desert. I can't do it. I can't do it! I can only ever complete about, like, 7% of that game. I do the main story, and I do most of the hinterlands, and I do a couple of little other dots on the map. I can't do anything else. It's too big. And it's all fetch quests. Go get another shard. Go find another scroll. Go track down another veil tear. Oh my god. So then Andromeda comes out, and it had a similar situation, but the difference was there was more of a story-driven element to the fetch quest. It was more like, go piece together the mystery of who murdered this person and bring justice to the whatever, who cares. Anyway, but that was the beginning of the end. That was the end of BioWare, and many years have passed since 2017, obviously. Mass Effect has had its day. It's had its day. It's over. It's over. Allow me to show you something, my dear chat. I don't know if I've ever showed this before. I should be able to find it. I know why I never show this, because I was not really putting in much work on it, and I felt guilty about it. But that's about to change. That is about to change, my dear chat. Here it is. I believe that is good, but I would rather show you... I'd rather show you this. There it is. This'll do. This'll do. I'm going to share my screen with you. I was so disillusioned by the failure of BioWare, by how it was clear to me after the disaster of Andromeda that they were never going to recover. I just had this feeling about it, and so I said, screw it. I'm tired of this. I want more military science fiction adventures, and so I'm going to make my own. And so I started working on this, which is my own science fiction universe called Galaxyborn. That's my own commissioned original artwork. I commissioned it, and I'm literally working on 3 different stories within. This is going to be the name of the universe, as Rippaverse is to ISOM. Galaxyborn will be to my next story. And so essentially what I'm setting out to do is create a futuristic story a la Star Trek, a la Mass Effect, but it's actually going to be committed to succeeding. So there you go, Galaxyborn. Keep an eye out for it, folks. More on that as it develops. But yeah, I'm working on my own. I've been working on this for years. I've been building the lore for years. I've got most of it worked out. I've got pretty much 80% of how things work in this universe worked out. And the title of the first book will be forthcoming in the months ahead. So stay tuned for that. But my point is, I'm tired of waiting. I'm tired of waiting for these idiots. Unlike the shills, unlike the wokies, I'm not going to sit around. Hail the Iron Age. All right, let's get back to the video. Star Fury says, Drew Karpyshyn new game will hopefully be awesome. Exodus. I do hope that, Star Fury. That would be awesome. I would love it. Drew Karpyshyn was... now, I can't prove it, and he kind of denies it, but I'm telling you, I've read Drew Karpyshyn's novels, the Mass Effect novels. He was the brains behind the Mass Effect's brilliant world building. He just was. Now, I'm sure there's other contributors that were a big part of it, but I'm telling you, when Drew Karpyshyn departed the writing team of Bioware, everything went downhill with Mass Effect. It just did. Okay, here we go.
To shut down companies, shut it down. The Mass Effect franchise went on hold, and their next big game was going to be Anthem. What could possibly go wrong with, oh god, everything went wrong with Anthem. Why Anthem failed and why it was never destined to succeed was actually a very true headline. Anthem was never destined to succeed because BioWare never knew what Anthem actually was. If you look into the history of the game,
I hated Anthem. I hate it, and I'm saying I hated it before it came out. Never played it, didn't care to play it. Why? Because it was a Destiny knockoff, and I hate Destiny. Why? Because it's just an arena shooter game with no story by the same company that made Halo. That would be Bungie. That made Halo, which is a brilliant epic story. How could Bungie just abandon Halo to make, shithouse Destiny? Piece of shit Destiny. And then BioWare dumps Mass Effect and Dragon Age to make Anthem. And then when Anthem turns out to be crap and nobody likes it, they're, oh, don't worry, we're still working on Dragon Age. Oh, no, you weren't. You were hoping that Anthem was going to be your cash cow, and you could just quietly forget that Mass Effect ever happened. I hated it when they announced that Anthem was coming. I was like, no, you should be making Mass Effect. You should be making Dragon Age. You're not supposed to be making Anthem, which is an arena shooter. That's not what you're supposed to do. It's not your wheelhouse. Stay in your lane, which is what Az is saying, and he's exactly right.
It's literal mismanagement 101 from start to finish. And even when they decided to release some gameplay footage from it at E3, it was an on-the-rails, put-together cutscene. And even then, the company didn't know what on earth they were doing in terms of the design of the game. EA wanted 6 million copies of the game to sell that March, and it sold only 2, a third of what they wanted. And so it was soon after decided that Anthem would no longer be supported as a video game, leaving customers that did make the purchase exceedingly angry, and was a huge black spot for BioWare, as well as another unmitigated disaster for them. The only franchise that BioWare had left was Dragon Age, and everything wasn't plain sailing for that franchise either. Dragon Age Origins being exceedingly well received across the board. Dragon Age 2 fell very short of that indeed. And then when...
And he's exactly right about that. Dragon Age Origins is a masterpiece. It is a masterpiece. It's one of the best games I've ever played, flat out. However, Dragon Age 2, though it was a disappointment, It paled in comparison to Dragon Age Origins. It did not have the epic scale. It did not have the grandness of it. It didn't. But I did enjoy playing Hawke's story. I really enjoyed the concept of like you basically play as a kind of storybook legend character. It's kind of similar to Fable in the sense that you're basically playing as someone who was a nobody who was destined to become a living legend. And that's basically the idea. And the story of the game is how you build that legend. And I found that really cool, and I still enjoy playing it. I really like the story in Dragon Age 2, but he's exactly right that it was like a tenth of the game that Origins was.
When Dragon Age Inquisition came out, it proved to be exceedingly divisive amongst the Dragon Age fans.
Yes, and Dragon Age Inquisition, it's a tale of two games, really, because on the one hand, it is grand, it is epic, it combines the best elements of Dragon Age Origins and Dragon Age 2. There is some amazing fan service in the game. However, as noted before, they overworlded it. They made it too big. They're like, we're so excited. Just one of our areas in this game is about 10,000 times bigger than what you played in Origins. And there's like 10 of those. And I'm like, okay, well, but do we need all that? No, we don't need all that. And then they introduced DLCs that had even bigger worlds to explore. The problem is they were trying to split the difference. They split the baby, right? They wanted it to be like Dragon Age, like Mass Effect, but also they wanted it to be like Skyrim. And you cannot do that. You cannot do that. Like either you're Skyrim or you're Dragon Age. You can't be both.
So Dragon Age 4, well, that has to hit the mark, because if this fails, it really does look like BioWare goes under.
But he, him, she, her, and they, them, and then your gender is man, woman, non-binary. Top surgery scars are also included in this for all of our trans and non-binary rooks out there.
What? 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 Oh my god! It is a fantasy universe with magic in it. Top surgery scars reminiscent of a clinical procedure in our world that doesn't make a lick of sense on any level. These people are sick, man. That would be this idiot that's sitting there. Oh, I'm so excited. I can have my own pronouns and I can. What are you doing? What are you doing playing a fantasy game? Just Az's next point here is basically the same point that always occurs to me. Okay, if you were a transgender person, that is, you are one sex, and you wish to live your life as the opposite sex, and if that is your choice, I am totally fine with that. However, it doesn't make what you think you are necessarily true. Now, if you are choosing to live your life as a man, and you are a biological female, okay, and you're now playing a video game where you want your character to match your gender identity, wouldn't you just play as the man? You just play as the dude. Wish fulfilled. Wish fulfilled. That's the point. It's fantasy. Why? But if we were to allow, because there's actually a brilliantly written transgender character in Dragon Age Inquisition. I brought this up before. His name is Krem. He's just a little side character. He's part of a group of mercenaries, and he does not discuss this unless you ask him about it. Right? But it's clear that, Krem is not all that meets the eye, right? And so if you go deep into the dialogue tree and it's not that deep, you just investigate, questions like, oh, where are you from? And you get into, hey, are you, actually a chick? I forget what the question in the dialogue tree is. And then Krem just very kind of explains it and just says, oh, you know, I just never quite felt like I was really a woman. I was always more comfortable as a boy and blah, blah, blah. And you as the character, if you're interested, can ask, well, have you ever considered using magic to make this a more permanent physical change? And literally the character says, what? Allow a mage to tamper with my body? Never. I would never do that. You know, deepening my voice and putting a sock in my underwear is good enough for me. And I was like, oh, that's a pretty good answer. And I think that's fine. And the character is presented as, this is just who the character is. Most of the character's traits have nothing to do with that. Most of the character's traits have to do with Krem being Iron Bull's #1 lieutenant as a mercenary, and it's just never really discussed much beyond that. But that's what actually makes gaming the perfect place for actual diversity, because if it's done properly, that is from a story-driven perspective, which means we are pursuing beauty, verisimilitude, and originality. If that is our aim, then we get interesting characters like Krem that seem to fit within their world. But the more important point about that is, it has already been established in the Dragon Age canon that essentially magic could do the job that we're suggesting surgery do. I'm playing devil's advocate, folks. Don't read too much into it. I'm putting myself in the mind of the wackos. And how does it make sense to have top surgery scars in a fantasy world where mages can change things with magic? Doesn't make any sense. Roll tape! I know, Az. I know. Yeah. What can you say?
There is nothing I love more.
Yes!
Taking my headphones off.
Yes!
Yeah, we're back here again, folks. The never-ending cesspit that is the Western gaming industry. Are you pro-child mutilation? Well, good news. You can live out that fantasy in the new Dragon Age.
That's right. If you're pro-child mutilation, you can live out that fantasy in BioWare's Dragon Age
game. But before we even start to go down this avenue, let's just address the game itself. This is the game director, somebody that goes by the name of Corinne Bush. Surprisingly enough, their X account tweets seem to be protected for some reason. Who knows why? And Corinne is actually a trans female, aka a man who would like to identify as a woman. Wow, this is so spooky because I'm recording this video live for me. However, by the time you watch this video, I'm now in the future. I'm probably doing the laundry or the dishes or flicking my bean or something. And yet, even though this is the past for you, I collectively heard so many people that are watching this video when I said that last segment go, oh, out loud. How queer! Let the internet just do their thing. And on the left is an image of them from 2020. And on the right is an image of them from 2021. That's not a long time ago. And coincidentally enough, just so happens to be around the period that stuff like this got very trendy. Wow, I'm sure it's just a...
So this Corinne character insists that we have to have characters that are non-binary and have top surgery scars. Okay. If you want to be the chick, just play as the chick. That's the whole point, isn't it? Isn't the point of transgenderism to become the other gender? Which proves to me that that's not what this is about. This is not about that. This is not what this is about. Because if it were just about that, you would just play as the gender of your choice and move on with your life.
Massive coincidence that this sort of ideology actually affords you wonderful protections in current day, particularly because government, corporation, media, entertainment, and education, they all espouse this same ideology, that they hire people based off the color of the skin, their ethnicity, their gender, their sexual orientation, and no longer their skill sets, that they must fulfill certain quotas within their company to bring these people on board, whether or not they're trained to do so, qualified to do so or possess the skill levels to do so. And yet, if you try to get rid of this ideology or people within this ideology, then you're subject to cancellation, termination. I mean, I am positive all of this is just a coincidence. Especially if you were a straight white male and the very thing that your ideology despises the most. Imagine the levels of protection that it would give to you if you became something different. Aesthetically, the game is taking a huge change in
My God, this picture of these characters look like dog shit. Just dog shit.
direction as well. There's not necessarily anything wrong with changing the aesthetic. However, when I see imagery like this, then all I see is a Critical Role wannabe. It doesn't feel like the aesthetic was something brand new and created to fit the Dragon Age world. It feels like they're just big fans of current day desktop popularization and have gone along with that trend. After all, Dragon Age is dark fantasy, and what I see on the screen here seems to just be the generic fantasy that we get in current day, almost AI generated, very Critical Role, very Wizards of the Coast. It doesn't seem to have its own identity. Imagine the fucking irony there, eh? From what I've seen of the combat so far as well, it does appear to...
It looks like one of those really cheap mobile games that they market to you on an app. Like, you're on an app, you're on the free version of the app, and so it shows you these games that are designed to, like, be addictive. You know what I'm talking about? And they won't, and you have to, skip the ad, and you have to wait till you skip the ad. That's what this looks like to me.
To be rather clunky in nature. However, combat can be very deceptive because watching something doesn't necessarily translate to how you play it, but I certainly have my reservations and doubt at the moment, particularly when a lot of it seems to be stopping to bring up menu screens, to hit an ability, to use in a fight, to then go back into the action combat. The two don't necessarily merge together particularly well. So let's get back to the insertion of ideology for no other reason than to push your ideology, for no other reason than to pander to the people because of this ideology, but also to show the hypocrisy of this ideology. If you want to look like some zipper-tit Californian, then yes, you can create that fantasy. What's wrong with that?
Get him, Az!
Create whatever fantasy you want in this character creation screen. Unless, of course, you want to create an attractive woman. As somebody who personally identifies with busty Asian ladies, I was very distraught to find.
Dude, so he's showing on the screen, someone has dialed up to the max chest size for a female, and it basically looks like Kaylee Spady. It's basically Kaylee Spady.
Find out that this is the biggest boot.
Kaylee Spady, also in Civil War, the default human. Attractive. It's weird. She's attractive. Would smash. Generic, though. Like the default human.
Boob size and ass size that you can get in the game, aka ironing board Annie. But more importantly, what if you are a woman playing this and you are busty? Or you have a big ass? You want to see yourself with those assets in the game. The game's saying no. You
hear that, Starfield? There's no room for J-Lo's junk in the trunk in this game.
You can't. Because there's probably a very good reason that there's a limitation on the breast size and the ass size, and that's got everything to do with male gaze. Because when you start to insert...
Isn't it fascinating, folks? He is... Az is making such a brilliant point here. He's making such a brilliant point. We just saw, oh my God, it's so stunning and brave. I've got all my pronouns. I can be binary and non-binary and all that good stuff. I can have my top surgery scars. I just can't even wrap my head around that. That's so sick. It's so, like, listen, I'm saying this as someone who believes that, like, if you pursue cosmetic surgery to fix something you're not happy with about your body, That's fine. I fully support that in moderation. I think you need to be like reasonable about it. But generally, yes, if there's something about your body and you do cosmetic surgery, I'm fully in support of that. I think that's fine. But nobody who does that wants to have scars. You know, if you go to get liposuction, you don't want someone to like see the scar where they did the liposuction. You don't want that. That's bizarre to me. That's such a weird way of thinking about it, but never mind that. Az is making this brilliant point that after all of that excitement about, oh, there's so much representation, you can be how you can see yourself on screen. Suddenly, when we get to the female figure, no, if you've got a big booty, you're a busty lady. No, you don't get representation. You don't see what I mean? Wokeness has no principles. Identity politics has no principles. It doesn't actually believe in anything. It believes in nothing. It believes in nothing, as Matt Walsh so correctly observes in Am I Racist? It simply abandons the thing it claims immediately when it becomes inconvenient. Everybody must be represented. Nobody must be body shamed. Everyone must see their body represented on screen, unless it is a woman with large breasts. Then she is not to be represented on screen, because that's problematic. It's why I say it is a sick worldview.
Ideology into your video game, it only goes one fucking way. Every time, all the time. We're also dealing with an ideology that is aggressively trying to invade women's spaces, from their private and personal areas, through to their sports, through to their jobs, all in the name of stunning and brave. So if you want to play this silly beggars game of inclusive, but in the same breath be excluding of other assets, then you are a massive hypocrite and simply allowing what you want to allow, aka your affirmed ideology. So we are now meant to believe that in
this... Oh my God, this picture on the screen is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Oh my God, this is a Canary. The second from the right is a Canary. And he's got freaking like green horns. He's all like purple. And what the hell is he wearing? He looks like the Deep from The Boys. This is not the Dragon Age universe. It just isn't. And I'm not talking about, in any way, I'm not talking about the racial element. I'm saying just the general aesthetic, the costumes, the environment, just the general presentation of the characters. It looks awful. It looks nothing like the aesthetic of the first 3 games.
Fantastical world of magic and monsters that your character wanted to have a sex change. Not only that, there wasn't the magic to create that. However, there was the skilled surgery to be able to perform the operation. Even though if you wanted to have a sex change, do you know what you could have done? Made a male character in the character screen. You could have just made the other gender in the character creation screen, because somebody that's truly trans, somebody that truly does suffer from gender dysmorphia, which must be horrendous, and I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy, would do that. They would create the other gender, the gender that they wished they were. So now it's not about fantasy, now it's about fetish. So that's why you include...
That is a brilliant point by Az, aka HeelVsBabyFace. This is not about fantasy. It's not about fantasy, it's about the fetish. I'm gonna give this city a better class of criminal. That's what this is. That's the only way you could explain something as nonsensical. I literally could not believe it when he said you can put top surgery scars on your character. Quite aside from wondering why you would want that in real life, why would you want that in your fictional character's life?
The non-binary and the they, them, and that sort of absolute nonsense, which will only go to alienate portions of your potential audience. Because as we all know, unless you agree wholeheartedly, fully go along with the narrative of the far left, then you are an Austrian painter. And if you want to express an opinion about...
it took me a minute. I'm like, Austrian painter? What does that have to do? Oh, that's what he means.
This as a customer, you will quickly find that you're branded a bigot, an ist, a phobe, an ism, because you won't go along with the narrative. And shout out to George for this, but if you're gonna do the chest operation, why aren't you doing the forearm operation? Doesn't your ideology stretch that far into the budget? I mean, after all, it probably costs a lot more money to redo every single forearm of a character in a game, whereas putting just a couple of scars on a chest, well, that's so much easier. The cost of ideology, I guess. It truly is a sad state of affairs where the mutilation of human beings is being celebrated. Human beings who are exceedingly vulnerable and exceedingly open to exploitation, and they're not getting the help that they truly need. Government, medical, and corporate are...
I totally agree with Az on this point. I think when I think about the people that believe that this is helping them, that, they're in this situation, they have gender dysphoria, they identify as a different gender, and they have been sold this belief system that if they just undergo enough surgeries, they can make everything right. And then you hear these stories of like there was this transgender man that was talking about how, for lack of a better way of putting it, I'm just going to go with it. He was shocked by the fact that, like, men don't just walk around making friends easily. Like, it's not, men live in a different world from women, and it's like the fact that it's more difficult to, like, make friends. It's not like, when she... Basically saying when she was a woman, it was easy to, like, get affection and physical touch. Her girlfriends would hug, and they would, there was that. And she took all that for granted. And now, living as a man, she suddenly realizes how lonely and difficult it can be for men to find affection and companionship in the world just because their experience is different. And it's like, and what makes me feel sorry for these people is that they think that they have been sold a lie that they can solve this problem by mutilating themselves. And they can't. They can't. It doesn't solve anything. Any more than a bulimic can solve their problem by just purging enough. And 1,000 other examples. So at the end of the day, I feel sorry for people that are going through this. But if they think that they're going to rewrite Warhammer, well, they could just frack off.
Exploiting them while hiding behind the ideology themselves in an effort to push their nefarious schemes, using the ideology as both a sword and a shield at the same time to avoid criticism and also attack people who dare speak up against it. It's so insidious, it hurts. I think there's plenty of question marks around Dragon Age Veilguard, just purely in terms of gameplay, characters, story, etc. Never mind adding this to the equation, which will drive people away from even attempting your game. At the end of next month, we're gonna find out exactly what it's like and exactly how the public respond to it. But if it fails, goodbye BioWare, because this will be it for you. I'll see you in the next video. You take care.
Nicely done. Well said, Az. Yeah. Heels versus heel. I always say heels. It's heel versus babyface. Just, BioWare is so fucked. It is so screwed. Let's see, where are we in the chat? Got that one. That's a great one, Anthony. Well done there. I appreciate it. Star Fury! You certainly must respect that one. Star Fury says, famous line from Andromeda, it's a meme. Star Fury said they made their own games. They failed. They did so hard. So hard. Concord sucked. That is all, says Anthony Timmons. Dustbin sucked too. Why is it saying can't post some comments to some destinations? What does that mean, StreamYard? Thank you to the X watchers. I have actually a lot of people watching on X. I appreciate it. We are the SNS channel. The SNS channel. That is on X, and the link is in the description. Staffhead says, mention Star Trek. I watched Pegasus in Lower Decks. Wow, in Lower Decks there was a great female character that had a redemption story and an off-screen death that killed me. Yes, Star Fury, that is a brilliant... It's one of my favorite episodes, which is, interestingly enough, one of the reasons I hate with such a passion the show Lower Decks, because it is riffing on that theme, but it's awful, gross Kurtzman-Shrek. But that episode, Lower Decks, was great because, you know, every episode of Next Generation and the original series, you're following the command crew. You're following the rock stars all the time. You're following Riker and Picard and everybody. So this was an episode that said, well, what's life on the Enterprise like for people that are just in the lower ranks? And that was a great concept, and it told a great story. And there's a similar episode, not quite as good, but it's close to as good. It breaks down in the final act, which is its problem. But in the episode Voyage of Star Trek Voyager called The Good Shepherd. The Good Shepherd is where it's a similar situation. Janeway discovers that there are 3 lower-ranking officers on the ship that are not performing. And Tuvok has just been kind of writing them off. And so she's like, well, I'm going to take them under my wing. And one of my favorite little moments in that episode is Janeway is looking for one of these crew members, and she has to go all the way down to the lowest deck on the ship in this kind of like backwater of the ship. And she's walking around the corridors, and literally one of the lower ranking officers is like, Captain on the deck! And he stands at attention because he's so surprised to see the captain there. And he's like, at ease, Lieutenant. It's like, which way to junction Alpha or whatever? And he's like, to your right, ma'am. And she's like, yes, of course. And then she's like, crewman such and such, isn't it? He's like, yes, ma'am. Like, how are you doing? Doing well. How are you, ma'am? Doing well. And she goes on her way. And I just love that little scene because it just indicates it's so rare that the captain is seen in this part of the ship. You know, so I love those episodes, and I love that episode of Next Gen. And you're right. The problem with that Janeway episode is the ending was kind of weird. But in that Next Gen episode, that was a brilliant ending. Really well done. Great call out, Star Fury. I like thinking about good Star Trek. Good Star Trek, remember that. What was that? Reminded me of something. Oh, yes. Okay, so this is apropos of nothing. But I stumbled across like a Reddit thread or something that was talking about a rumor, a kind of urban legend, if you will, that aircraft carriers, that would be modern U.S. aircraft carriers, are so large, they have like a population of 5,000 on them. So they're like a small city, right? And so the rumor was that supposedly some aircraft carriers have like there's such a big ship with so many people, they have like a criminal underworld. And they even have the equivalent of like bad neighborhoods or the wrong side of the tracks. And so there's areas of the ship where you just know not to go because there's some kind of underworld or a black market or something like that. In fact, the rumor goes, there are some areas of aircraft carriers that are so dangerous and so run by like little gangs or whatever that even the captain won't dare to go down there. Now, the minute I read that, I was like, that's not true. That is not true. Any captain who, if that were true, right, first of all, it would mean one of two things. Either it's not true because no captain is going to be denied access to any part of his ship. But if he is, then it means he's a terrible captain. Like a legit incompetent boob. Because any captain that cannot control every area of his or her ship is a failure. Is a failure. Like, as a captain, You must be responsible for every life and every compartment, every strip of deck, every bolt on that ship is your exclusive responsibility. Now, obviously, that responsibility also is distributed down through the chain of command. But in terms of the sole person most responsible for all of that, it is the captain. And so, therefore, I just knew that wasn't true. I knew it couldn't be true because there is just, if you are in command of your ship, it just isn't true, right? So, but I was curious. I wanted to hear what people. So I went on Quora. I think that's where I found it. It was on Quora. And so a bunch of actual people, a bunch of actual Navy veterans, like about 5 or 6. I read like 5 or 6 different answers, all Navy veterans of different ranks. Some were low ranks, some were high ranks, and they all said the same thing. There is nowhere on a ship where the CO is not allowed to go. Like the CO goes where the CO wants to go. And nobody's going to hassle him. Nobody's going to hassle him because with a stroke of a pen, he can end your career. And that's that. And I was like, see, I told you. I didn't even have to look it up. I knew that was the case. It's just funny. I just think that's funny. I can tell you one thing. That would never be the case on my ship. If I even heard that, like, Captain, you better not go down there. There's a low-key criminal gang running things down there, and they might just take you out. I'd be like, get me the master-at-arms, and let's go. We're going down there right now. I'm going to talk to every single one of those dipshits, and they're going to learn what's what. It'd be fun. Anyway, resuming with the chat. Joseph Ricci says Star Wars New Jedi Order is canceled. Canceled. Failure. The writer submitted 4 rough drafts and Kathleen Kennedy declined them. The director named Choi is also leaving the Rey project. Iger wants to scrap Rey and Mangold movies. Joseph, I really appreciate that news. I do. I'm softening you up here because I want to say thank you for Joseph is the quartermaster on the ship. This is why Joseph is the quartermaster on our vessel. Because the quartermaster is the numbers guy. Did I just hit that again? Okay, cool. Well, 2 rounds. 2 rounds of applause for Joseph. I got to go back to my quote. Okay, yeah. So, good point. Here's the deal. I've mentioned this before. And actually, I didn't even realize to what extent. I only read this recently. But, like, Rogue One, okay, arguably the only really good film that Disney Star Wars has produced, was a shit show. A shit show. It was falling apart. She had already gone through a couple of screenwriters on that project until she brought Tony Gilroy on, writer of Andor, showrunner of Andor, to rewrite that script and make it work, and it turned out to be a pretty good movie. Solo was the exact same thing. She fired the first 2 screenwriters because they were making Han Solo too sarcastic and too jokey, and that's not who Han Solo is. I remember reading that article when the movie was still in production. So what I'm saying is this is how it always is at Lucasfilm. They are always doing this. Kathleen Kennedy is always firing people. Every single project they do is development hell. Every single one of them. This is how it's been since Force Awakens, is my point. So I guess what I'm saying is, like, I don't know if you're suggesting that that's a sign of things improving or getting worse, but in my view, that's more of the same. I think that's more of the same. I think it is a small miracle that Rogue One was good. The Acolyte was always where this was going. This was always... Now, I'm not saying that because I predicted it. I did not predict that. I never would have guessed that years ago. I'm saying that in retrospect, in hindsight, I now realize that, like, the Acolyte was destiny. It was destiny. It was going to happen. We're only lucky it didn't happen on Rogue One. That's what I'm saying. So I don't know. I kind of think like read the back. I'm sure you actually probably have, as well informed as you are, Joseph. But like the backstory of the Solo fiasco is exactly like this. She had like fired the writers. She had a bunch of disagreements with their vision. It's the same shit, different day. Joseph says Skeleton Crew will be filled with many pirates from Force Awakens, such as Kanji Klub, Guavian, Death Gang, and Hondo Annika. And I did come to really like Hondo's character in Clone Wars. I know that one. I got that reference. Jude Law will also be a pirate, a Jedi pirate. Oh my God, I'm dreading that show. It's gonna be so lame. It's gonna be so lame. It's okay if you're excited for it, Joseph. I'm not throwing shade at you, but I'm just saying I have no hope. I mean, I could say that like Jude Law is a phenomenal actor, but so is Ray Stevenson. Like Hayden Christensen was in 2 of the Disney shows. Ewan McGregor, phenomenal actor. Manny Jacinto is a pretty good actor. I gotta hand it to him. He had real screen presence as a malevolent, terrifying kind of Sith character. It made no difference. Because every one of those shows was a disaster. Katie Sackhoff is a national treasure. She is a national nerd treasure. Katie Sackhoff is one of like the best female actors extant, in my opinion. As you can tell, it's getting simpy in here. Just bringing up the name Katie Sackhoff. But Bo-Katan is the most boring character I've ever seen. She's so not really. That's not the most boring, and that's owing to the fact that it's Katie Sackhoff playing. Even if Bo-Katan is such a boring character, it's still Katie Sackhoff. So you gotta hand it. But it doesn't change the fact that Bo-Katan is this boring plank of wood character. So I just have no hope for Skeleton Crew. See, it's the same syndrome as Agatha. Okay, Skeleton Crew is suffering from exactly the same problem as Agatha. Do you know what it is? If you aren't nailing the basics, what makes you think you are going to hit a grand slam with an oddball niche project? That's the problem. Now is not the time for Goonies in space. This is not the time for that. This is the time for Jedi hero adventures. Done well. This is not the time for oddball, stupid projects about, witches in space. This is not the time for mystery science murder mystery theater in space. This is the time for a basic Jedi story that honors the lore, pleases the fans, gets the word out, becomes an event, appointment television, as the case may be. And they are failing at that. They are failing at the Mandalorian is the only thing Disney has ever had that was truly theirs and was truly loved and popular, and I would argue in the beginning fairly good as a concept and fairly entertaining. There's a lot of episodes of The Mandalorian I quite love. And I used to defend the concept of Baby Yoda. I did. I did. I had a friend in the first episode. I had a guy tell me, I think that them using this Baby Yoda thing is very manipulative and I don't like it. I argued with the guy. I said, no. I think the purpose of the character makes a lot of sense. It's a nod to Yoda. It gives the Mandalorian, it shakes up his world. It gives him someone to care about. I think there's a lot you can do with that. And I stand by that argument, by the way. My argument was correct. The problem wasn't with my argument. The problem was I did not understand the people that were running this and where they would ultimately go with it. I didn't understand that, yes, that would be a smart way to get at the story, but that's not who we're dealing with. We're dealing with corporate goons who just want to jangle keys for shills. Oh, those were the days. Those were the naive days. So if you're running Mandalorian into the ground, can you really afford to be screwing around with Goonies in space? I just don't think so. If you can't get people to come to a Doctor Strange movie, if you can't get people to come to your latest Marvel movie, Do you really think you should be screwing around with witches, you know, with Agatha? No. You should be doing more Deadpool and Wolverine. That's what you should be doing. That's the price. Shiver me timber, says Joseph. Our pirates, you know, this may be a bit of an unpopular take here, but can we just forget about pirates in space for a minute? Oh, jeez, no, don't. Stop unsubscribing. No. Seriously, though. I mean, I guess my issue with this concept is it's so obvious in the Star Wars universe, I sort of hate it for that exact reason. I kind of hate it's so painfully obvious. It's like, oh, yes, pirates in space. Okay, fine. I mean, but they've already done that. They already did that with the houseplant pirate that had a wheel, a ship's wheel on his spaceship. A fucking wheel. Get, that's the critical trigger and say, oh, fuck off, show. Joseph says, Bob Iger wants to leave. Bob is actively looking for his replacement. Kathleen is said to be leaving, but is she? Will she get Bob's job? Oh, my God, please let that happen. No, please let that happen. Oh, if Kathy took over Bob's job, you think it's bad now? She would run that company into the freaking ground. Oh, she would run it straight into the ground. And I'd love to see that, by the way. A guy like Bob Iger is only interested in he's only interested in his legacy. I think that's his project right now, is building a legacy. So, because he's got as much money as he'll ever want or need. So, and it doesn't matter whether Disney succeeds or fails. It doesn't matter at all. All that matters is how he looks coming out of it. So that's probably what's animating him and every decision he makes. Drew Carpishin says, Staffyette, new game hopefully will be good. That's Exodus. Staffyette, see, this is why I never bring this up. He's saying, what is the release date for the first book? Well. Oh, my God. Hey. You're talking to the guy who often, somewhat, I kind of defend George R. R. Martin. A little bit. Not a lot, but a little bit. Just a little bit. Not a lot. Just a little bit. Little bit. I like to defend George R. R. Martin. I like to defend him. He's suffering from resistance. And it's blocking him from writing his book. Now, he has the multi-millions to hire a ghostwriter, and he should do that. But I sympathize with that. But the release date was like 3 years ago, Star Fury, is the answer to your question. The problem is, resistance beat the shit out of me for a while. However, the fact that I'm willing to bring it up on stream is an indicator of the fact that I think I'm on the downhill slope of this particular battle with resistance. So my goal is a release date as soon as humanly possible, and I would like to release a book in the hopefully early part of next year. That's a long shot, if I'm just being honest. But I mean, I'm getting things in my life in a better position where I can actually get the work done. So I have a lot of work to do, but just hearing you say that, just hearing you guys, Skunks is saying, bro teased us with the juiciest steak, Galaxy-born, like, that kind of lights a fire under me. I got to be honest with you. So I'll work on that. I'll work on getting you the answer to that question, Starfury. Starfury says, liked the combat in Anthem. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not criticizing Anthem on any other basis except that it's BioWare abandoning what they're good at to do something that they have no business doing. It's like, listen, if Anthem were a online RPG, let's say in the vein of like, World of Warcraft style, where it's got like a story and there's, things you can do, that would be a different thing. But like, Anthem is not about a story or a player or about a role play experience. It's just about the combat, and that's fine. But that's not what I want from BioWare. I want immersive cinematic stories where I am the protagonist. That's what I want from BioWare, and so for that reason, I hate and despise Anthem. Star Fury says, busty Asians for the win. Every time, although it's a bit of a contradiction in terms. And what I mean to say is, Star Fury says, big arsed Hispanics for the win. No, stop it, eh? Big ass Hispanics will not be featured in Dragon Age. It's now, if you got a big booty, a lot of junk in the trunk, as the kids say these days, you are not to be represented in modern gaming. Anthony Timmons says, this has got to be some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard. BioWare deserves what's coming to them. It gives me no pleasure to be right about this, but I knew BioWare was going down the tubes. I just knew it because I saw the Reddit wackos coming after them, and I just knew they're a Canadian company. They're not built for this. They're like the cops in Demolition Man, you know, where there's no crime, so they don't know how to actually fight crime. You know, so when Simon Phoenix, played by Wesley Snipes, gets loose, they don't know what to do. They ask him politely to, like, lay down with his hands on his head, and he doesn't want to do it. And they're like, criminal won't comply. What do we do? They're asking the AI. It's a great movie, Demolition Man. They're asking the AI, like, suspect has refused a command from us. What are we to do now? Repeat the command, but this time add the expression or else. That's so good. That's what BioWare's like. They're like those cops, man. The Reddit wackos come after him. Oh my God. Why aren't there pronouns and top surgery scars in this, you freaking bigots? And BioWare's like, oh, hey, we didn't know, eh? Well, we'll go make that right now. Don't be mad. That's basically what it is. They're a deer in the headlights, man. I'm not even accusing BioWare of being like Disney, where they're just crazy. They're just lunatics setting money on fire. I don't actually think that's what's happening with BioWare. I think BioWare is a bunch of unsuspecting Canadians, and they're getting just snowplowed by the Reddit wackos. That's what's happening. And I feel bad for him. But on the other hand, Mass Effect is so dead, man. I mean, that next game, in fact, thank you for reminding me. Because I was actually going to take a look at this. I had this pulled up, and I forgot to grab it. Dragon Age Veilguard trailer. I've not seen this most recent trailer. I don't think I've seen it. And let's just react to it live. Let's see if they can prove me wrong. I'm going to kill a couple tabs here. See if they can prove me wrong, chat. Play! There it goes. Stop the tape. Stop the tape. This purple mobile game motif is just the most gaudy, awful eyesore. It's like a cheap advertisement on a slot machine in Vegas. It is so repellent to me. Words do not do it justice.
You have no idea what you have done. The blighted elfin gods walk free, all because you disrupted my ritual.
You battle against gods. They will not rest until you are on your knees. Fearful, cowering, helpless in the face of such power.
Rook, you've got this. I've seen your work. You're clever.
You know, they just have to pull me in with showing... I'm kind of of two minds about this. On the one hand, I do love how Dragon Age progresses through the years of the Dragon Age. So seeing Varric as like an old man is actually kind of cool, because he was a young man in Dragon Age 2. And then Dragon Age 3, obviously, he plays right after those events. Now he's kind of like an old, grizzled warrior. I kind of like that. That's cool. On the other hand, I don't understand why they love this character so much. They love this character of Varric. He's practically the Mario of the Bioware universe. I don't know why. As Mario is to Nintendo, Varric is to the Dragon Age franchise. I don't understand why. Yes, he's an interesting character. He's not half as interesting as they think he is. I remember thinking this in Dragon Age 2. Because the whole story of Dragon Age 2 is told by him. And I remember thinking, like, yeah, he's fine, but, like, I don't understand why they seem to love this character so much. And it just gets worse through the years.
Adaptable. And you don't know when to quit.
Oh, my God. Oh, the music is so shit. That music is shit. But aside from that, look at these graphics. This looks like... It just looks fake. I know it's like it's a fantasy world, I get it, but it's just something about it. It looks like a cheap... It looks cheap. That's the only word I can think of. But, like, look at this picture of these characters right here. See if I can get this still. Right here.
To quit.
I can't quite get it.
You want allies?
Look at this! The costume design. That is so lame.
To go after the gods. I've got places to look.
Where do we start? I'll be damned. A griffin. In war, victory.
I've never seen this before. There's something kind of exciting about it.
This is honest to God the worst a Bioware game has ever looked. This is the worst it's ever looked. This company is clearly infested with mediocre people who live in an echo chamber. They never hear criticism because if any criticism is ever leveled at them, it's racist, sexist, bigot, get out of here, you toxic male, or whatever it is. And they just live in that bubble. They think drag queens are stunning and brave, and so they've turned everything into a kind of drag queen RuPaul drag show with no attention to whether it fits the world, with no attention to the real aesthetics, the established aesthetics of this dark fantasy world. It's supposed to be gritty, dark fantasy. And it looks like a casino slot machine, is what the graphics look like to me.
What is happening to me?
Let the fade draw close.
Draw the dragon out into the open. Then attack.
You and me, Rook. Maybe that's what scares me.
These are the times in which legends are born.
Oh, yeah. Dude, that's the worst. Morrigan is one of my favorite characters. Oh, we hate females. We hate females in games. No, Morrigan is one of the best characters in Dragon Age Origins. She is this super hot, very... she's kind of like you, Star Fury. she's sort of like nihilistic and a hermit. No offense. I love you. We all love Star Fury. He's like the most popular character in our chat. But yeah, she's basically like, I don't like people that much. I just, she doesn't like social norms or conventions. Star Fury's gonna think I'm just forget what I said. I'm just saying she's really funny, and she's got this dark wit, She's a great character. So she's the Witch of the Wilds. She's actually a witch character that's done well. It's done well. And she actually has a great story, which is her evil mother wants to steal her soul. And her evil mother is played by Kate Mulgrew, of all people, which is fantastic. Flemeth. This is the lamest she's ever been. This is the equivalent of saying, oh, Hayden Christensen is in Ahsoka.
These are the times in which legends are born.
They took away her boobs. No, they took away her. She's got no boobs anymore. Dude, let me find this. Let me find this. Morrigan, Dragon Age. Let's see here. Dragon Age Origins. That's what I'm looking for. Dude. Let me find her. There's got to be a really good. Oh yeah, that. Oh, Star Fury, you'll appreciate this. As if Star Fury's the only one. You'll all appreciate. All you fine gentlemen, Fu Man Blue, Anthony Timmons, Joseph Reach. You're all Skunk's Workshop. You're all going to appreciate this. Switch. There it is. Sorry, delay of game. Share this tab. Here we go. This is Morrigan from the first game. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to zoom in quite like. There she is. That's the game. That's from the game. Like, look at this. This is from the cinematics, like the drawings. I think. Oh, okay, that's fan art. Okay, that's fan art. Good fan art, by the way. Yeah, man, she's the sexy witch of the wild. This is official art of the game. Look at that. Look at that. She's hot. And by the way, fans love her. Fans love her. Look at all the fan art of Morrigan. Okay, how about this? Morrigan Dragon Age cosplay. I'm just gonna take a shot in the dark here. I bet there's probably some good ones. That's pretty good cosplay. What else we got? This one looks promising. Is that real? That looks like AI art. That's got to be AI. If that's real, holy shit, that's fantastic. I don't think that's real, though. You be the judge. You can't even tell anymore. That's the scary thing. All right, back to this tab. This is what we've traded more. This is Morrigan now. Oh, my God. She looks awful.
Or slain.
Same voice actress.
Our gods are back. Our gods. How do we stand against that?
I believe in all of us. So let's get it done.
What a shit festival of visual gobbledygook. That was visual garbage. Just visual garbage. I just can't believe that this is what we've traded the dark fantasy. You know what? You know what? I got something for you. Oh, I got something for you, chat. I don't even know if I could show this. We'll just have to risk it. This should find it. I will never forget the first time I encountered this in the video game. I will never forget this. So the Darkspawn, right? They're basically kind of like orcs, but they butcher people. They're cannibals. Just every horrific thing you can imagine, that's what the Darkspawn do to you, right? And then there's this sort of question of like, where do the Darkspawn come from? How are the Darkspawn made? Let's see here. Oh, yeah. This is great. Oh, I love it. Oh, chat. This is from the first game. This is from the first game. This is when you first encounter a brood mother, and it is unbelievable. Like, I'll never forget how unprepared I was for this. Look at this. The characters are all covered in blood because they've been fighting. They've been kicking ass. There's Morrigan. She's in the party. folks. This game was rated M for mature for a reason. Look at that! Dude, it was great. It was basically like Baldur's Gate. That's what it was. It was meant to be an original Baldur's Gate. That was Dragon Age Origins. It was dark. It was brutal. It was kind of scary and creepy. And it did have themes of optimism and hope and stuff like that. So much for that. Let's see here. Ultimate Kahuna is in the chat. Ultimate Kahuna, ahoy. I just puked out of my belly button. Dragon Age, the Oprah Winfrey special, says Skunk's Workshop. Star Fury. Dragon Age, Mystery of the Missing Breasts. Fu Man Blue. It's raining men up in this Dragon Age trailer. Where's the boobs? Where are the boobs? Well, you got a full set in that Broodmother clip, didn't you? Be careful. Star Fury close up on the cosplay. Dude, Morgan is hot. Anthony Timmett, side boob alert. Side boob alert. This chat, the chat really went wild for Morgan. I told you. She's a great character. She is, and they're destroying her. They're totally, dude. DEI, wokeness, the transmission movement. It is a movement of jealousy. Rush Limbaugh, great thinker, a great man, and a compassionate, lovable little fuzzball. He used to say that feminism was created so as to allow unattractive women access to power. And I used to not take him too seriously. Dude, I think he didn't say enough. It was created so as to allow unattractive men access to power. What the hell? Dude, they hate beautiful women because they're jealous of them. That's why there's no beautiful women in these videos. Why do you think they hate Eve and Stellar Blade? Is that her name? Is it Eve and Stellar Blade? I forget. I think it is. But the Stellar Blade chick, they hate that character. It's a powerful woman in a video game. Never mind that. She's hot. That's bad. Why do they hate her? Because they're not. Because they're fucking land whales, and they hate the fact that there's a beautiful woman that is attractive. They're jealous. They suffer, folks. They suffer. Star Fury says, at least we get tits in the original Dragon Age Broodmother. I mean, look, there were tits in Dragon Age. There were tits in Mass Effect. Gretchen Carlson on Fox News was pissed. She was mad as a hornet about that. How dare they? Isn't this weird? Isn't it weird that it used to be the conservative right that hated attractive women and things? Now it's the wacko left that hates attractive women and things? What the hell? How is this possible? How have we slipped into a bizarre reality in which the holy roller far-right Christians and the lunatic woke wacko left are in perfect alignment on this issue? There are to be no attractive women, and they are certainly not to be scantily clad. Strange bedfellows, I have to say. Anthony says no jiggle, no physics. There is no jiggle in AAA gaming anymore, and it's got to stop. Star Fury says, men, we are such simple souls. Sex, sandwiches, and sleep. The 3 S's. I mean, I can't argue with that. Like literally, okay, I used to be a slob. When I was young, I was a slob. I hated cleaning anything. But as I got older, I realized this is a terrible way to live, man. This is not the way to live. And I would watch characters I admired, such as Jean-Luc Picard or Frasier and Niles. I did. I do. I admire those characters. And they're very clean and well-dressed and tidy all the time, and their life is organized and in order. And then you hear, Dr. Jordan Peterson, yet the thing is, you got to clean your room. Because if you can't clean your room, then how are you going to fix those other problems? Because you may think they're easy to fix, but they are not. They are not. It is a bad way to live. You don't want that. So clean your room. And, I've taken that to heart. It's true. And so I work very hard now, comparatively, to keep things clean and organized. And there's areas in my life where I just don't have as much time. And so I slip a little. And I literally a female family member of mine, a maternal figure in my life, said, are you cleaning your bathroom enough? Because I worry about you. I was like, I do. I'm cleaning it. And I literally went and cleaned it. I literally was like, okay, I got to go clean it. And I got out the, Clorox, just like cleaned everything up all nice and spick and span. And I was like, oh, that's better. Yeah, that's good. I'm glad I did that. I feel good. And then I thought about it, and I was like, man, would we men do anything productive if we didn't have to? If women did not make men do things good for themselves, would they ever? Would we even shower? I really doubt it. I doubt it, Starfury. I think that literally, if we had all those three things all the time without any effort, we'd have no incentive to do anything else. We'd have no incentive. We'd have no incentive to dress nice or clean things. What I'm saying is, thank God for women. That's what I'm saying. They get us to clean ourselves up. It's good. It's healthy. It's healthy for us, is my point. It's a very misogynistic statement. No, it isn't. I love women. I'm saying that's a good thing. No. Yeah, well, yes, the three S's, Fu Man Blue, you're correct. Wrangler says, when power scaling, the feminazis are whale level. True. And welcome to the chat, Wrangler. Ahoy. Ultimate Kuna says, well, if it's tits... Well, if tits are all they want... Oh, there's... Sorry, Ultimate. There was a speck on my screen, and it added a punctuation. It added an extra, comma to what you were saying, and so it tripped me up there. Let me try that again. Well, if tits are all they want... if tits are all they want, takes off shirt. Okay, thank you. We got there. We got through that. Fu Man Blue says I could actually go for a sandwich right now. See, Starfury, you're making everyone hungry. Fu Man Blue says my family teases me because I clean as I go when I make supper. Effing retards. I agree. I clean as I go. Because I don't want to do the dishes later. Great question, Joseph. Asking for my thoughts on the Penguin show. Thank you for reminding me. I actually do want to watch it. Okay, let me give you a couple of thoughts. There is massive, massive's maybe too strong a word. There's great potential here. There's great potential in this concept to be kind of a taut crime thriller. I think that could be cool. And there's potential. And Colin Farrell, obviously, is a phenomenal actor. Although, why they got Colin Farrell to make him this hideous beast that doesn't even look like Colin Farrell is a bit odd and a mystery to me, but whatever. I guess my biggest problem, I don't know if problem is the right word. I guess it's a little bit similar to my critique of Skeleton Crew and Agatha. It's like, but why? Why not just do good Batman? It's maybe a bit harsh. I'll admit that's a bit harsh, but we'll see. But I'm going to check it out. If it's really good, that'll be cool. I'm into that. I could use something good. I mean, it does not give me any pleasure to have to report that Bioware is going straight down the tubes because, as I said, Andromeda was the most anticipated video game ever for me. Like, I've never been more excited for a game to come out ever, and I wasn't even wild about the concept. I wanted a sequel to Mass Effect 3, and instead what I got was, we're just going to pretend all of Mass Effect didn't happen by moving everything to another galaxy so we don't have to worry about canon issues. And it's like, okay, fine. But that's how desperate I was for BioWare content that I was willing to overlook all that. And you see what I got for my trouble. But no, I think there's a lot of potential there. I think there could be a really great story. I mean, let's face it, a character as simple as Carmine Falcone in the Dark Knight trilogy was awesome. Like, Batman Begins, Tom Wilkinson as Carmine Falcone is one of my favorite characters in the Dark Knight trilogy. And he's kind of an overlooked character, but he's really Batman's first test. He's Christian Bale's Bruce Wayne's character's first real test, which is he decides to go confront Carmine Falcone, who's responsible for Joe Chill killing his parents. And you have that great scene, you know? It's like, you come down here and you try and tell me about the ugly side of life. But you don't understand. Yeah, you're Bruce Wayne. You think that because your mommy and your daddy got shot that you've tasted the ugly side of life. But you're Bruce Wayne. You're like the Prince of Gotham. You can go 1,000 miles and never meet someone who doesn't know your name. No, that's not the line, is it? The line is, you'd have to go 1,000 miles to meet anyone who didn't know your name. So don't come down here and tell me. I love that scene. He's such a great character. So you can do a lot with the street level rogues gallery of Batman. That being said, I'm not a giant fan of the Batman film. I kind of watched it the first time through. There was a lot I liked about it, but you know, I'm kind of at the same level with Batman as I'm at with like Spider-Man, Spider-Man is my favorite superhero. I'm kind of tired of new Spider-Man. I'm like, just, you know what? Just give me Spider-Man 4 with Tobey. That's actually what I'd like to see. I'm not really interested in any more Tom Holland films. I'm kind of tired of that, and it's just because I'm tired of it's reboot fatigue is what it is. And so I kind of had reboot fatigue with the Batman, and I'm like, why are we once again going through this exercise of like he's Batman finding himself and he's Batman I am vengeance, and that's confusing. I thought you're Batman. It's kind of a boring movie, all things considered. So I'm not wild about the Batman. It has some good elements to it, but we'll see. I'm going to watch the show, and hopefully it's good. I wouldn't mind it. I could live with that. I could live with a really interesting Penguin show. Fu Man Blue says, nobody here hates women, but we only accept them in their place. Sorry, not sorry. It's your opinion. Now, all opinions are welcome on the Captain's Cast. Anthony Tibbet says, I don't have any incentive to do that now. I missed the context on that. The Ultimate Kahuna. I work outside every day. You bet your bottom dollar I would shower every day. That's fair. That's fair. The Captain is engaging in a touch of hyperbole. Ultimate Kahuna says, I clean some things, but not many other. Neither confirm nor deny, Ultimate Kahuna. Joseph says Lara Croft was hotter. Lara Croft was... Yeah, she is. Absolutely. Ultimate Kahuna says House of the Dragon Season 2 is a big step down. Do you have much hope for Season 3? Game of Thrones, I have a very complicated... I've always had a very complicated set of emotions around Game of Thrones, and this goes all the way back to Season 1 of the first Game of Thrones. I've always half loved it and half hated it. Okay. I half loved it, obviously, because it's a brilliant story about political, feudal nobles scheming, and there's some intense character-driven drama, high stakes, mayhem and murder, and that's all really great, and I love all that. I I also hate the fact that a lot of Game of Thrones is predicated on walking through gardens and scheming and mulling over philosophical things, and some of that's fine. Sometimes it's tiring, and I also get tired of never being able to be invested in a character because they're just going to get whacked in the next season, and that takes a toll. It takes a toll, and in my estimation is a big reason why Season 8 of Game of Thrones sucked, because they had killed everyone interesting in the show. There was no one left. There's no one left. They literally have this wise council at the end of Game of Thrones Season 8. They have this wise council to select a king. And so, I think this person should be it. And this person should be it. I'm like, who? Who are you? Like, who are you people? I don't know any of you. Bunch of low-tier characters because there's nobody left. Everyone's dead. So I've always had a bit of a love-hate relationship with Game of Thrones. I mean, the thing is, I kind of intellectually love it, but like spiritually, the show is hollow to me. It's and to speak more broadly about it, the universe of Song of Ice and Fire is hollow to me. And to be fair, I've not read the books, and I don't intend to, because the douchebag writing them is not going to finish them. Screw him. I'm not investing all that time in a world that he clearly does not care enough about to finish. So no, I will never invest in those novels. However, from what I hear, the novels more or less embody the same worldview of the show. And my problem with that is it's fascinating and it's fun to sort of think about. It's Machiavellian. Basically, what George R.R. Martin has written is the perfect Machiavellian tale. Referring, of course, to Niccolo Machiavelli, the author of The Prince, who is famous for essentially writing the story of how to gain power and maintain it, and all the dynamics of political power. And it's brilliant. It's a brilliant work of literature and philosophy, and it has a lot to say about the real-world implications of gaining, consolidating, and maintaining political power and authority. Frankly, Walter White of Breaking Bad is a Machiavellian character. He's a brilliant Machiavellian character. So what George R. R. Martin has done is created the perfect fantasy exercise in Machiavellianism. And that's great. That's fascinating. That's a brilliant philosophical achievement. Nothing but admiration for that. On the other hand, it's spiritually and emotionally hollow. I don't feel anything in the sense of, like, when I watch Battlestar Galactica, I feel something for those characters. When I watch Godzilla -1, I feel something for Shkishkima and his friends. When what's another great example? Mass Effect. I feel for those characters in that world. Star Trek. I feel something for those characters that are on that voyage. Firefly. I feel something for Mal and his friends. Avengers, ditto. I do not feel anything, ultimately, one way or the other, for the world of Game of Thrones because it is so purely nihilistic. And that's really the issue. It's nihilistic is maybe a bit unfair. I don't think it's purely nihilistic. What I think it really is Machiavellian. That's what it is. It's a study in power. And I find that interesting, but not wholesome. It's like intellectual. It's kind of like, it's like junk food, but it's not comfort food. It's you know what it is? It's like going to a 5-star restaurant, okay, and spending thousands of dollars, and they bring you this like plate of caviar. It's like this big plate and this tiny little bit of caviar, and you taste it, and it's one of the most amazing things you've ever tasted in your life. And you think, wow, that's incredible. I'm so glad I spent $5,000 for that 7-course meal of like little caviar and pate and all this expensive stuff. And then as soon as you get out of that restaurant, you want to go have McDonald's. You're like, let's go order a pizza because I want to feel full. That's what Game of Thrones is to me. It's like an elite cuisine, but it doesn't leave you feeling satiated. And so that is a long way of saying House of the Dragon suffers from the same problem. Now, I like House of the Dragon. Intellectually, it's very stimulating in all those same ways. And frankly, I kind of enjoyed the first season of House of the Dragon more than I enjoyed much of the original Game of Thrones, because some of the character, like the story of Viserys was brilliant in the first season. The story of Daemon, also very brilliant. I love watching Rhaenyra and Alicent and their conversion from kind of upstart teenagers who don't like their lives to then becoming, you know, these powerful nobles playing this Game of Thrones against each other, and they've created these families. That's all fascinating and a lot of fun. But once it's over, I want to go get McDonald's. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's I had my slice of caviar and it was amazing. Now I want to go consume a fictional story that makes me feel spiritually fulfilled. And that's the issue I have with House of the Dragon. Now, when House of the Dragon was scratching my philosophical and intellectual itch for something Machiavellian, it was doing great. But then season 2 came along, and it started repeating the exercise of the first season, which is we're setting up the chessboard. Wait, I'm sorry, I thought we just spent 10 episodes in season 1 setting up the chessboard. And now we're doing 3 episodes setting up the chessboard. Okay, fine. See, this has always been the problem with Game of Thrones. This has always been the problem. Ned Stark gets his head chopped off. Oh my God! Ned Stark's head's been chopped off. What's going to happen now? 3 episodes of setup. It's like 3 episodes of setting up the board. And then finally we get to Robb Stark winning some battles and things are happening. Okay, fine. But why did I have to go through 3 episodes of The Spider scheming in the garden before I could finally see something happen in the show? This has always been the problem. Now, season 2 has that amazing 4th episode where we get a battle with the dragons and all kinds of shit hits the fan, and I was happy. I was very happy. I was like, okay, you know what? I was wrong. The show clearly was setting up the board, and they paid it off. Okay, great. And I was all ready for, you know, Picard season 3 did this. They kind of had 4 episodes that did this really awesome arc with a resolution, and then they set up the last run of episodes going into the finale and the showdown with the Borg, and that was great. So I kind of thought season 2 of House of the Dragon was doing the same thing. We kind of had this mini arc, and I really love the character of Sir Christian Cole, and I'm really enjoying his storyline. And so that whole payoff with him in the battle with the dragons was all great, and I thought, great, now we're heading into the main battle royale that will conclude the season. Now, am I expecting it to be at King's Landing? No, it doesn't have to be at King's Landing. It doesn't literally have to be, you know, all the main characters fighting each other. But I'm expecting a battle, and what do I get? I get this stupid, lame, setting up the chessboard ending with a teaser for the next season. And I'm going to tell you right now, it pissed me off. Big time. Big time. I was pissed. I was pissed at the end of season 2. And it's funny, I haven't even hardly mentioned it on this channel until you brought it up. And I don't know why, quite frankly. I'm like, in theory, I should be racing to the camera to tell you all about it. But the funny thing about House of the Dragon is I rarely feel like talking about it. I don't know why. It's strange. It's very strange. This is the first occasion I've really had much to say about it. And now, of course, the floodgates open. But I think that's because it's such a hollow experience as a story. But also, fuck you, House of the Dragon. Like, fuck you. Like, you snookered me again. You did it again. I'm tired of falling for this trick. I'm so sick of falling for this trick. I invest all this time in a series. I trust you. I trust you that you're going to pay off what you're setting up. And the end of the season amounts to a teaser for the next season. Screw you. I'm not into that. God, I cannot believe I've allowed... Az was right. Az has refused on principle to watch House of the Dragon until it's over. Wrapped, done, fiend. Because he will not give it an inch of trust until it has been proven and complete. And he was right. He was right. Whatever. In for a penny, in for a pound. Of course, I will watch season 3. I have no choice. This is the problem with Game of Thrones. It's just good enough that I can't refuse it. I just can't. I can't resist it. And so, yes, I will watch it because it's very good at creating curiosity. And though it pissed me off, it is, in many ways, it is fascinating. It's a fascinating show, which is part of the problem with it. It's fascinating, but it's just not rewarding or satisfying to watch in many ways. So I can't wait to see how it ends. But they absolutely boned us with that ending of season 2. It was ridiculous. Ridiculous. I can't, and most of that season was filler. Most of it was filler. They had like 1 or 2 episodes that were pretty good. They had a couple of high points that were awesome. Damon's arc was excellent. I will say Damon's arc in Harrenhal paid off well and was super awesome. And I loved that arc. But there was a lot of that show that was filler, and it was nowhere near as good as the first season. The first season was way better. So, what do I think about season 3? I mean, I'm not going to be snookered again. Like let me explain to you exactly how season 3 is going to go. Ultimate Kahuna. This is exactly how it's going to go. Episode 1, nothing is going to happen. It's going to be a long episode of Alicent feeling nervous and anxious about the implications of war and how so many people are going to die. Then it's going to go to Rhaenyra, and it's going to be long scenes of her hanging out with her lesbian lover and hearing what a great leader she is, and being very worried and anxious about all the death and destruction and the implications of war. And how terrible it is, and all the orphans that are going to starve. And then we're going to see Daemon, and he's going to be prancing around Harrenhal, seeming very cool and scary, but not fighting anyone or really doing anything interesting yet. And we're just going to go through the whole cycle, and then something at the end will be kind of scary, that'll kind of hint at something. Maybe something shocking happens at the very end, and then fade to black. There you go. Season 3. That's basically 3 episodes of that, and then a battle will happen. I'm really tired of this. I'm really tired of this game because it is well written. It is aside from that issue, it is well written. Brilliantly drawn characters. The characters are very layered and nuanced and complex, and I love that. This is a show that understands power. That is one thing I give Game of Thrones absolute credit for. It understands power. That's because George R.R. Martin understands power. And I think it's fair to say Ryan Condell understands how to adapt that vision for the most part very brilliantly. He's a great writer. I give him credit for that. You're welcome, Ryan Condell. The captain will allow it. Now, the captain has given you his blessing, sir. Now, Game of Thrones, the Song of Ice and Fire universe, understands the dynamics of power in terms of political power, social power, gender, dynamics of power. It understands all of those things in ways that Disney Marvel doesn't, and Disney Lucasfilm doesn't. And all of these woke projects don't actually understand how power actually works. So that is one thing I love about House of the Dragon, Game of Thrones. It understands the real dynamics of power and how it is achieved, how it is maintained, how it gains legitimacy, how it loses legitimacy. And that is the brilliance of the show, and that is why it is still worth watching in spite of the fact that it pissed me off. Anthony Timmons says if the original Lara Croft ever went jogging, her boobs would have given her 2 black eyes. Well said, Anthony. Well said. Joseph noting that he also liked Bayonetta. I have not seen Leave the World Behind on Netflix, Fu Man Blue. I have not. Says it's worth a watch. I'll consider it. The captain will consider it. Joseph listing some good female characters, Lara Croft, 2B, Samus Aran, Tifa Lockhart. Oh, Tifa. Tifa Lockhart. That's a good one. Final Fantasy VII. Oh, Tifa. Every young man loved a Tifa back in the day. Starfury says, on the list, almost finished my next-gen rewatch. The nostalgia was strong, and the show holds up. Captain's exercising his legs. Stuck in a non-ergonomic desk. Okay. Joseph says, what about Isabel Valentine? Her outfit is, wow. This is now a Simpcast. We have slipped into a Simpcast. Let's see. Ultimate Kahuna is saying Game of Thrones followed the same show quality trajectory as Dexter, season 1 to 4, increasingly outstanding, 5 to 8, bad to what the fuck. I'm not quite as sour on seasons 5 to 8 with Dexter. Yes, there are things about it I hate, such as the romance arc between, oh my god, literally Dexter and his stepsister having a weird romantic tension thing going on. That was terrible. That was freaking awful. It's one of the worst things ever. Which destroys Deborah's character, by the way. Because I love the character of Deborah Morgan. She's like, another badass babe. That's a great example. I never think of this example. Deborah Morgan in Dexter is an excellent... She's one of my favorite badass babes. One of my favorite female characters. She's this trash-talking cop. But, you know, the great thing about Deborah Morgan is she is a great cop. She's a tough cop. But, like, when she's up against a physically superior opponent, she's in trouble. And she, you know, it's like, so, and the show deals with that. So, anyway. Yeah, I love Deborah Morgan. I love her kind of charming, almost innocent blindness to Dexter is one of her great, it's one of the fantastic elements of her character, because she's so tough and she's so smart. Yet she's also so vulnerable in so many interesting ways, you know. I love that. So I love the character in season 8 of Dr. What was her name? She was the doctor that sort of co-created Dexter with Harry. I thought that was a fascinating arc, and it made for a good ending for his character. But I think the problem with Dexter is it was just like Game of Thrones. They just killed off all the interesting characters. And that really caused the show to suffer. So, Staff Yeti says, I have Next Gen on Blu-ray. I don't trust the libtards from going in and changing or removing episodes. And nor should you. Nor should you, Star Fury. Joseph says, if it comes down to this determining the elections, Republicans liking beautiful women and Democrats liking witches, I think it's obvious, isn't it? Were it so easy, Joseph. Were it so easy. Ultimate Kahuna says, when I watch Star Trek, I feel something, mostly dislike, but it's a feeling. Fair enough. It's not everyone's cup of tea. Fu Man Blue says, when the power goes out, the last thing we'll be thinking of is where all of our physical media is. Holy cow, the chat is just going nuts. Jeez. Let's see. Joseph says, if you recall, I also said no. Okay, never mind. I think that was in the chat. Anthony saying House of the Dragon never captured my attention. Yeah, that they really screwed the audience with the ending of season 2. I mean, they flat out faked us out. They're like, oh, get ready for next season. Oh, you fucking did it again, you assholes. Oh, that made me so mad. Oh, it enraged me. It just enraged me, that ending. Don't get me on that. Like, I'm so pissed. I am so pissed about how... Oh, it feels good to say it, quite frankly. It feels good to vent my rage. I need to stop hiding my rage. Society keeps telling me to hide my rage, and I need to stop doing that. I need to give vent to my rage at House of the Dragon. Ultimate Kahuna writing a short story about an East Coast gangster who falls in love with a vampire stripper on the West Coast. Well, I don't think you'll get any objections in this chat, Ultimate. Joseph says, I watched Game of Thrones. I saw a woman flying on top of a dragon. I thought I was watching Neverending Story again. Oh, come now, Joseph. It's fantasy. You can't hold that against it. Stoffury is off to bed. Says, good night, everyone. Good night, Stoffury! There he goes. What else was in the stack of stuff? I might have been wrong about Christian Bale's Batman. I gotta play this for you, chat. This is for fun. You're gonna love this. Okay, so as you know, I am a giant fan of the Dark Knight trilogy. That would be Chris Nolan's interpretation of Batman, which I really love. Dark Knight, I think, is the greatest superhero film ever made. And I do not like Christian Bale's Batman voice. Where's the trigger? Where is it? I don't like this city. Just showed you that they're not as ugly as you. And it's like, he really went too far. He went too hard in the paint. However, maybe I was wrong, chat, because there's this.
He's terrifying, Batman, and he looked me dead in the eye, and I thought, I'm never going to be able to survive.
Tom Hardy famously gained 30 pounds to play Bane in The Dark Knight Rises, and gaining that weight and feeling strong gave him a lot of confidence.
And I put on some weight, and I felt strong, and I'd been training, and I got on the trailer, and I saw Christian sat there, and he didn't have a t-shirt, just a vest on, and I saw his arms, and I looked at him, and I thought, I'm going to walk this,
But that all changed when he finally came face to face with Christian Bale in the Batsuit.
This huge looming figure turned up on set. You know what I mean? It was about 10 foot tall and about 8 foot wide with huge pointy ears.
Had the gear on.
And I looked at him and he was looking at me like, oh yeah. I'm Batman.
Tom may have been scared of Christian, but he fancied his chances against other Batman actors, including Adam West.
That guy I wanted to throw down with, kick hell out of them.
That's awesome. Dude, I love that. That clip, I saw that clip and I was like, maybe I've been a bit unfair to Christian Bale. It's just fantastic. Tom Hardy's all swollen. Oh yeah, let me at him. And then he gets Christian Bale in full Batman. Where's the trigger? And he's like, whoa, maybe that's a good point. That is a good, he is intimidating as the character. It's a little over the top, but, maybe Nolan saw something I didn't see. So, fair enough. Fair enough. All right. I thought we might wrap it up with kind of an interesting... I saw this come across my feed, this Dave Cullen video, Hat Tip Dave Cullen, and I just thought, this looks like fun. So, let's check it out. I guess there's, some kind of Terminator thing going on. Hang on, let me share a screen. Where is my share screen?
Oh, God. Not again. Please, somebody make it stop. How is it not obvious at this point that this franchise has been so utterly ruined over the years that it's basically been reduced to being like a dead horse that's been flogged on the ground? Dear, oh dear.
Big agree. He's referring, of course, to the Terminator franchise. Terminator 0, the last entry, was absolute trash. Absolute trash. Again, literally wherever writers are found in modern entertainment, they write dumb, on-the-nose, expository dialogue. They peddle tired, worn-out, old tropes. They've lost all sense of art, all sense of craft. There are 2 Terminator films that are good and have something to say. The rest, avoid. In the words of Ron Swanson, avoid.
The Terminator franchise could possibly be returning again. Why? I guess the lesson from the 4 lackluster sequels just hasn't been learned. Terminator 3 Rise of the Machines wasn't awful in my view, but it had way too much humor, it didn't take itself seriously enough, and it didn't offer anything particularly new when compared to Terminator 2.
Yeah, I would say Terminator 3 is the least bad of all the sequels after Terminator 2. And here's what I will say. Terminator 3, while it superficially looks like a good film, it superficially appears to honor the lore and the storyline, and it does to an extent. It is utterly pointless. It is an utterly pointless story. It has nothing really to say about John Connor. It has nothing really to say about humanity that the first two did not already say, and it frankly is a very unsatisfying ending or trilogy, bookend for the Sarah Connor, John Connor storyline. I would argue that the Sarah Connor Chronicles with Lena Headey playing Sarah Connor as a TV show, that is a more satisfying third entry in Terminator than anything else. Problem is, it's an incomplete, canceled TV show that becomes a bridge to nowhere, and therefore I disregard it. I just simply disregard it, like all the other sequels.
She grew to quite like Terminator Salvation as a post-apocalyptic sci-fi action movie.
Big disagree. I disagree. Like Jeremy, Dave Cullen, Mahler, they all say this about Salvation. Oh, it's aged well, and that's fine. They're entitled to their opinion. I disagree. This is a dumb movie. Salvation is a boring slog. It is the greatest disappointment to me in the entire Terminator series. It is the greatest disappointment because Christian Bale as John Connor was inspired. That's an inspired idea. Setting it in his time and making it his story, brilliant. Brilliant. Bring it on. Let's do it. There's just one problem. This dumb movie is not his story. And in it, he sucks. John Connor sucks in this movie. Why is Michael Fassbender in it as some dopey... No, it wasn't Michael Fassbender. He's not the character in it. Who's the character? He's forgettable. Some guy I think it is Michael Fassbender, actually, running around as some human hybrid Terminator sleeper Manchurian bot. Who cares? Who cares? Why are there no laser guns in the future? Why can't I get freaking laser guns in the future? Sucked, man.
Standalone film. But as a Terminator movie, it didn't measure up to the first two films. Genesis was just awful, retconning the first film.
Oh, worst. Worst Terminator film by a country mile.
Changing the timeline, turning John Connor into a villain. What a terrible idea. Dark Fate was even worse. It was released in...
I disagree. I so disagree. Dark Fate is terrible. It's terrible. It's the Last Jedi of Terminator, but it's still not as bad of a movie as Terminator Genesis. Terminator Genesis misses every single point of the entire Terminator canon. Obviously, turning John Connor into villain is only one, but rethinking Sarah Connor and Kyle Reese's love story? Are you insane? You're gutting the entire heart of the story by rewriting Sarah Connor and Kyle Reese. Anyway, no, Genesis is far worse than Dark Fate.
2019, we had this androgynous female Terminator hybrid character, an older, bitter Sarah Connor, and young John Connor is brutally murdered in the beginning of the film.
Yeah, with CGI skinwalker versions of Linda Hamilton and the actor played John Connor and Arnie. God, that was awful. No, I agree. Dark Fate is I agree it's terrible. It is terrible. I just don't think objectively it's as bad of a movie as Genesis.
And replaced with this petite female character as the future savior of mankind.
Yeah, again, another of these female actors that is totally forgettable. Dude, she is the default human. This is another one. This is another default human. She's the default character build until you change the shape of the nose and max out the breast size, and then swap that out and put in your top surgery scars. But before all that, this is the default human. Totally forgettable, no charisma, no intimidation factor whatsoever. Boring.
She's transformed from this happy feminine character into the most unbelievable masculine tough chick. She's totally unconvincing as this tough action star, right? Dark Fate had a budget of over $185 million and made only $261 million or so at the box office. A complete box office failure. The franchise really was a 2-film series, in my opinion. The original director...
those 2 films are masterpieces. They're masterpieces.
Director's cut of Terminator 2 Judgment Day was the best way to conclude the franchise. The original ending wrapped things up nicely.
Wait, what was that? Say that again.
The original director's cut of Terminator 2 Judgment Day was the best way to...
I've seen the director's cut. I don't remember this at all. I don't remember this scene in the director's cut. I'm certain I've seen the director's cut because I know there's all the extra scenes with the T-1000 where he's glitching out. There's an extra scene with Michael Biehn as Kyle Reese, kind of in Sarah Connor's head while she's in the insane asylum. I remember that. I don't remember this ending.
Of Terminator 2 Judgment Day was the best way to conclude the franchise. The original ending wrapped things up nicely. No need for more stories in this universe. And I think the Sarah Connor Chronicles was an interesting alternate universe take as a kind of TV spin-off, separate from the movies and standing well enough on its own. But it seems that there's been this inability to leave the Terminator franchise alone. There's been this consistent attempt to produce another golden egg, to revive it and produce a sequel worthy of Terminator 2. And each of the 4 movies that have followed have been disappointments for one reason or another.
Dude, this is a great little walk through memory lane, Terminator memory lane with Dave Cullen, hat tip Dave Cullen. It's kind of like The Walking Dead to me. Like the first couple of seasons, there was a period where I really liked The Walking Dead. Then they did that spin-off of Fear the Walking Dead. I kind of watched it for a while, and then I got bored of that because it was the same shit. It's the same shit. I was very excited about Fear the Walking Dead because the idea was we're going to show the fall. We're going to show the world collapsing under the zombie apocalypse, which they never showed in the original Walking Dead. And that was for a reason. They never wanted to show that deliberately as a creative choice. Fine, I respect that. But here's a spin-off that is going to show that. I was excited. I was like, that's really cool. I want to see, how long did it take the military to get overwhelmed? What were those early days like when people didn't understand what was happening? Then once people did understand, what was it like when people were digging in and trying to survive? And you know what they did in Fear the Walking Dead? They had 2 episodes where the zombies are just starting to take over, and then they just time warped, and they skipped it all. They skipped it all, and they just went straight to the world of shit. And I was like, seriously? I was so pissed, and so I quit watching that show. Then the main series just they killed off Rick, but didn't kill him off. Fine. But then the show just kept limping on, literally. It just kept limping on, and I'm like, what is the point of this show? I've seen the zombie apocalypse. There's nothing new to be said here. There's nothing more to be discovered. Oh, the real Walking Dead are the humans that are evil to each other in the post. Okay, fine, I get that. How many crazy dictators and cannibal cults do we need to explore before this story has thoroughly exhausted its point? And what do? They do a spinoff with Maggie and Negan, and then they do a spinoff with Daryl Dixon in France. What? No, dude. And then they do a spinoff with Rick and Michonne. Who is watching these shows? Ain't nobody watching these shows. It's The Walking Dead. There's zombies. There's bad guys. The end. There's nothing more to be said. It's the same thing with Terminator. There's nothing new to be said here.
And they failed to live up to the cinematic greatness of the first 2 films. This lesson should have been learned after the lukewarm reviews for Genesis and definitely after Dark Fate. But apparently, not so much. This article is from Empire. James Cameron has more than a plan for future Terminator films, with one major difference.
Stop the tape! James Cameron, at this point, I doubt you have a plan for Avatar. I doubt you have a plan for Avatar, much less Terminator. What? Mr. Cameron, it took you 13 years to release a sequel to Avatar, and it was a sloppy, clumsy script riddled with plot holes. You have like 10 years of Avatar movies left to finish, and I'm not even confident that's going to happen. And you want to talk about Terminator? Dude, press X to doubt, as the kids say.
Ever since the Terminator hit the big screen 40 years ago, Hollywood has taken the time twisting Cyborg Saga and run with it. First, James Cameron sequelized his original film with the exemplary Terminator 2 Judgment Day. Then things got more tangled. Terminator 3 Rise of the Machines continued the story without Cameron's involvement. Terminator Salvation was something of a reboot, delving into the war against the machines. Terminator Genesis attempted to remix the iconography of the series. All landed to underwhelming responses. Most recently, Terminator Dark Fate served as a direct sequel to Judgment Day and stalled at the box office. But while the big screen sequels have struggled to live up to the heights of the Terminator and T2, James Cameron is confident that there's a future for the franchise and knows what needs to be done to bring it roaring back to life. This is the moment when you jettison everything that is specific to the last 40 years of Terminator, but you live by those principles, he tells Empire in a major new interview celebrating 4 decades of the Terminator. That means moving away from the iconic original cast and telling new and different stories in the world of the AI apocalypse. You get too inside it, and then you lose a new audience because the new audience care much less about that stuff than you think they do, the filmmaker explains. That's the danger, obviously, with Avatar as well, but I think we've proven that we have something for new audiences.
Wait. Stop. Go back to that. Okay, so I need to unpack this. So Cameron is saying... Where does that quote begin? I'm looking for the beginning of the quote here. Quote, "This is the moment when you jettison everything that is specific to the last 40 years of the Terminator, but you live by those principles." What principles? All those sequels have completely jumbled up whatever principles there were. But in any case, he says, let's see, that means moving away from the iconic original cast, telling new and different stories in the world of the AI apocalypse. Quote, "You get too inside it, and then you lose a new audience because the new audience care much less about the stuff than you think they do. That's the danger, obviously, with Avatar as well, but I think we've proven that we have something for new audiences." What? Honestly, don't understand what he's even saying there. I think people would care more about Avatar if it had some heart and it, more heart in terms of like the future of the world, and it wasn't just a, nihilistic story about a doomed planet and a doomed Earth. I mean, I think that if there were some nuance to the characters instead of, human bad, Na'vi good, you might actually have more of a cultural footprint. But in any case, roll tape.
Avatar as well, but I think we've proven that we have something for new audiences. It sounds to me like the idea of a very significant reboot, but I've never felt like there was a major interest among audiences for a new, fresh take on the Terminator saga. I think if you're not going to better the first 2 movies, which have become iconic at this stage, what's the point? So I'm hoping that the Terminator saga is never rebooted. I hope it never comes to pass. I think it had its day. It's Judgment Day, literally, and it was awesome. The story was probably never really conducive to becoming a major, long-running cinematic universe. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Thank you very much for watching. Take care. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Hat tip Dave Cullen. Give him a like, give him a follow. And Mr. Producer, thank you. It's dead on right. I mean, I kind of disagree with the tier list, but that's always the case. everyone always thinks Dark Fate is, that I hear, always usually thinks Dark Fate is the worst. Salvation has aged well. I disagree with both of those. I think Genesis is such a shit show. Absolute shit show. Like, just some of the worst writing ever. And also guts the character of Sarah Connor and Kyle Reese and John Connor. Think of that. Genesis guts, it even guts Skynet. It guts Skynet's character. So, like, yeah, though I think Genesis is awful. It character assassinates everything and everyone. It's the most girl boss of all girl boss, reimaginings of the Terminator series. So Emilia Clarke is not Sarah Connor, and then Salvation, I think the problem with Terminator is the concept itself is it's lightning in a bottle. It's like Back to the Future, Die Hard. It's just one of the most iconic science fiction ideas ever. And I'll tell you something else about why Terminator is so powerful. It's irresistible to creatives, I think, because it's so tantalizing. The concept is so tantalizing. Just the concept of the Terminator going back in time and hunting someone in the past. I mean, that's just so much fun. It's just so much fun to think about that, like, you can't resist it. But beyond that, it's the moral weight that it has. I mean, to this day, my mom still talks about the fact that, like, when that movie came out, she was in her 20s. So, like, when that movie came out, to her, she thought of it as, like, this is our future. Like, this is what's going to happen someday. We're going to invent a bunch of killer robots that are going to kill us all. And I don't think she may not be wrong about that, right? That's, we're watching it happen. We're watching AI unfold before our eyes in almost exactly the way that was predicted in those movies. So Terminator had a massive cultural impact because it was telling a story in much the way that Godzilla does the same thing. Godzilla had a massive cultural impact because it was telling the story of our sins as a species coming back to haunt us, but in this incredibly entertaining and fun way. What's more fun than a monster coming to trash your city or a killer robot coming back in time to hunt you because you're the chosen one? That's cool. Like, that's a really cool way, but it's the moral gravity of it. Like, whenever I hear the Terminator score, like the musical score, it's a really haunting musical score. The bum 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 bum. Da-na-na, da-da-da. All the fire, and it's fire and brimstone, man. It's humanity is coming to face its mirror image, right? In many ways, the Terminator is a reflection of everything of us, right? Because it's a reflection of how we convert things into weapons, right? So here is humanity is being hoisted on its own petard. Every time the Terminator just mindlessly guns down some innocent to steal his clothes, or the T-1000 casually stabs a guy to death who thought he was someone in trouble and he was trying to help, and the T-1000 just, you're dead, for no reason, because he can. Whenever we witness one of those acts in the first 2 Terminator films, it's a subtle, poignant reminder that we created these things. Maybe indirectly, maybe unwittingly, but nevertheless, we created these things. In many ways, they are a reflection of our desires and our ambitions and our goals. So the haunting thing about Terminator is the very subtle, subconscious, subliminal suggestion that every casual act of violence the Terminator commits is really blood on our hands as a species, not the Terminator, right? That's, every building that Godzilla nukes with his death ray is really a result of our greed and paranoia and really ambition in inventing and just bloodlust in inventing thermonuclear weapons and testing them on our own planet and irradiating our own planet. That's what Godzilla represents every time he destroys a building. He's us coming back to visit us in exciting and entertaining lizard form. So I think on the one hand, the concept of Terminator is just so deadly interesting that it's irresistible to creatives. And I don't blame them for that. I do not blame creatives for finding the concept irresistible. But even James Cameron, I think, seems to miss the second factor, which is that there is a moral depth and weight to those first two films that has never been recaptured in the sequels, ever. I will say Sarah Connor Chronicles came close. There's some of it's a bit overmuch, but like I actually think Sarah Connor Chronicles comes close to recapturing that. But none of the other film sequels had that sense to them of the moral complexity and weight, the gravity of it. And I think the problem with these creatives is they want to recreate the fun of Terminator without understanding what makes it so haunting and so powerful and so meaningful. And Terminator 3 is actually the best example of this. Terminator 3 sort of recreates all of the beats of the first two films that should, on paper, be entertaining and fun, but they ring hollow. They just don't have that depth to them. And I'd have to watch it again to give you a better analysis of it. But I think James Cameron is really missing the point with his own story here. So if you can't think of a better way, just leave it alone. Just leave it alone. It was a good movie. Let it be what it was. So anyway, there you go. Ultimate Kahuna says Terminator Salvation is somewhat redeemable. Yeah, I understand why people think that, and it's not that there isn't some great production quality and some fun set pieces in it. There definitely are some fun set pieces. I just disagree. I just don't. I even tried to rewatch it recently, thinking, you know what, maybe I was a bit harsh on it. Let me give it another shot, because I heard people saying that. I heard people talking about how it sort of aged well, and probably, I mean, compared to the others, I will say, yeah, it's better than a lot of the others. I started watching it. I literally turned it off after about the first act. I just turned it off. I was like, yep, this is what I remember. Yeah, that's exactly what I remember. It's a bizarre story. I don't understand why we're following this uninteresting, unlikable guy from the past who was part of some experiment. Like, who cares? I don't care about this guy at all. And then there's no laser guns, which is my biggest complaint. And then the Terminators are not that scary because they just helpfully throw John Connor around so he has plenty of time to find a defense to defeat them, which is awful, and I hate that. And then John Connor's story is weak. Super weak and boring. I just don't... It sucks, man. I want to love that movie because Christian Bale as John Connor should be awesome. I just don't know why it isn't. I mean, I do, but, you know, there you go. I know, Joseph, believe me, you cannot believe how excited I was for that movie when I saw the trailer. You know, I still remember it. It's like dark, the screen is black, and then a flare drops down, and then Christian Bale, you know, his face is illuminated by the flare, and then it's revealed it's John Connor in the future fighting the machines. I was like, yes! Yes! This is what we need! This is gonna be great! This is gonna be awesome! It just didn't pan out. But I do agree, Ultimate Kahuna. They should have stopped after Judgment Day. Skunk says the game I'm making has a parody Terminator-type bot, but for legal purposes is not a Terminator. Well played, Skunks. Ultimate says I'm off to stream RDR2. Red Dead Redemption 2. Very good, sir. Captain Salute. Ultimate Kahuna, there he goes. Anthony says Terminator 3 was barely passable, but after that whole mess went straight off a cliff. Yeah, I mean, I was very disappointed in Terminator 3, and that's why I was so excited for Salvation, because I thought Terminator 3 was a pointless rehash. I really hated, who was the guy that played John Connor in that? He was kind of a thing back then. Terminator 3, that was, it's like, he was a Nick Stahl. That's right, Nick Stahl. He was a big teen star back in the day. He was in that movie Sin City. He was kind of thought as like kind of a star back then. I thought he was terrible for John Connor, and I thought they completely missed the point of John Connor. He's like a timid loser. He's a soy boy in Terminator 3. He sucks. He's all hiding behind his wife. He's hiding behind Claire Danes. He's hiding behind, and I have no problem with Claire Danes being his hot, capable warrior wife. I got no issue with that. That's all fine. I like Claire Danes. But the fact that John Connor is hiding behind Claire Danes the whole movie bugs the shit out of me. I thought he was trained by Sarah Connor to be a badass. Why isn't he? Promise of the premise. Sucked. Skunk says, I confess I've only seen part 1 and 2, and you can just stop right there, Skunks. You'll thank me later. Joseph I mean, I don't know how. I don't know how you would know to, but you will. Joseph says, I thought Bale was the best Batman, even though I hated the Batman inflated outfit and the yelling voice. I didn't like the yelling voice, but I did like the Batman suits in the Dark Knight trilogy. I really did. But yeah, I think Bale is probably my favorite Batman, and I kind of wobbled on that. Like, I kind of started thinking, you know, maybe he's not the best Batman. I guess maybe Michael Keaton was better. But honestly, in recent years, looking back on the Dark Knight trilogy, if I heard that Christopher Nolan was coming back with Christian Bale to make a 4th Batman film, folks, I would be racing to this microphone to tell you how excited I was. Like, that would be awesome. That would be on the level of, like, Sam Raimi and Tobey Maguire are coming back for Spider-Man 4. Like, with no studio interference, like, that's how I would be over the moon excited for either of those two scenarios. I'd be so happy. So that tells me that Christian Bale really is, for me, my favorite. Because, Batfleck is coming back for a Batman movie. Don't care. The Batman 2, don't care. Michael Keaton is doing another Batman film as the Michael Keaton Batman with Tim Burton directing. You have my attention. You have my attention. Christian Bale, Chris Nolan returning for Batman 4 of the Dark Knight saga. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Where can I get my advance tickets? Right now. Can I pre-order the Steelbook before the movies even come out? That's how excited I'd be. Anthony Tibbett says, spin-off after spin-off, it's called milking a franchise. Yeah, I mean, Nolan is one of the few directors that I would trust. Sam Raimi as well. Those are some of the few creatives that I trust. If they were doing a 4th one, it would be for the right reasons. Even though, interestingly enough, Spider-Man 3 and The Dark Knight Rises were both pretty weak trilogy enders for the most part. I still would have faith that if they were coming back after all this time for a 4th one, I would have faith it was for the right reasons. And not just a, shameless cash grab. Doesn't mean I couldn't be wrong. Doesn't mean I couldn't be wrong. Anthony says, I didn't like Avatar from the beginning. Yeah, I love the Avatar world. I just think Pandora is phenomenal. It's a simple story, but sometimes I just like a simple story. It's an escapist adventure fantasy. It's basically like, here's this guy, he gets transported to this magical world, he goes on this amazing adventure. I just think that's a hell of a lot of fun. He falls in love, he makes a bunch of blue babies. Look, I'm down for it, man. I'm good for that. I'm good with that. It's a young man going on this epic adventure to this amazing world, and it's a great. So I like all that, but I also acknowledge that it is a thin, superficial story that does not have a lot of depth, and beyond that adventure element, it's a kind of Swiss Family Robinson, if you will. It's a kind of just classic, just for fun adventure story. But yes, would I like it more if it had greater depth as a science fiction story? Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I consider Terminator 1 and 2, Aliens, and Titanic, I consider those 4 James Cameron films are all masterpieces, in my opinion, that have great emotional weight, that have a great story to tell. Avatar, not really. And that's disappointing because James Cameron has shown that he has the capability of doing really deep thinking stories. And it's kind of disappointing to me that he's not doing that with the Avatar. And I don't understand why. I think he's chosen to be a bit more propagandistic in his... He wants to tell the story about humans bad. And I think what he fails to understand is that if he made the humans more sympathetic and gave us better reasons for why they're doing what they're doing, and also humanized, for lack of a better term, the Na'vi by showing their dark side, I think he'd actually make his point better. He'd actually make a more persuasive argument if he was had the courage of his convictions and the courage of his story to just give it more complexity and depth. But there's an interesting trend with a lot of Hollywood creatives. They don't trust their audience. Sort of like the people in power don't trust voters, for example. The people in Hollywood, they don't trust their audience to get the message from the movie that they want them to get, which is very cynical. Very cynical on their part. Joseph says, I saw a little of the first Avatar, never got my attention, but it did visually look nice. Still not my cup of tea. Fair enough. I'll be back. You know that's another good one. You know, everyone thinks of that I'll be back, and it's like, is the phrase I'll be back, is there anything particularly interesting about that phrase? No. There's nothing interesting about that phrase at all. I'll be back is something people say often. Is it interesting because Arnold Schwarzenegger said it in his quirky Austrian accent? I'll be back. I would argue, no. That's not what made it interesting. Amusing, yes. But literally an iconic signature phrase for all time? No. Those two things are not what made it interesting. Because I rewatched the Terminator film again recently, and I love to just kind of mentally put my mind in a time capsule and just imagine that it's 1984 and I'm watching this movie for the first time in theater and I've never seen it before and I don't know anything about the future films. I'm just watching it as if someone in that time. And as I'm thinking this way, I'm watching the scene where the Terminator walks into the police station. He's like, I'm looking for Sarah Connor. Is she here? And he's like, yeah, but she's being debriefed. You know, you can't go back there right now. They're debriefing her. I forget what the answer was, but it was a kind of a hand wave. You got to leave. The Terminator kind of looks at the structural integrity. You know by now that he's scanning the room and he's looking, okay, how can I assault this building? Because he's an unfeeling, unthinking machine. He will, without any emotion whatsoever, murder everyone to get his way. And he could punch through that glass and start, pulling that guy out of there, presumably. But instead of doing that, he's very calmly analyzing it. What is the best course of action here? You kind of see him register the best course of action. He's decided on the tactic he's going to use. And he says, I'll be back. Which is an innocuous thing that anyone in a waiting room at a police station might say. Which is part of what makes it interesting. Because then he walks out of the police station and we as the audience are now wondering, wait, why didn't he just punch through the glass? Why didn't he just do that? What's he doing? We know he's coming back. We know there's going to be that this cop is in great danger and has no idea why he's in great danger. But we as the audience are kind of wondering, what's he going to do? And then the car comes crashing through and it's this big dramatic display and it's fantastic. That's why the phrase caught on. That's why the phrase caught on. Because it was a fun, it was the moment of suspense of wondering, what is this machine going to do when he comes back? That's what made it a great phrase. And nobody remembers that. It just caught on because of that. And now people think he says, if Arnold says, I'll be back, it's a great phrase. No, it isn't. It's the context. It's the original context of what made that such a great moment in the movie. He's such an unusual villain. What do you think about it? The Terminator, if going back to that time, the Terminator is a very unusual movie monster. Because most movie monsters are more like a murderer or a soldier, a mobster, a bad guy, a psychopath, a serial killer. Like, those are the usual suspects in a monster movie. And the Terminator is just such a fascinating movie monster because he's a machine. It's not even really a he. It's an it. It's a machine that has no emotions. All it has is a mission and programming. That's fascinating. That's such a... So the way the Terminator handles situations like that, just by that very nature, makes it fascinating and provokes curiosity in the audience. What's he going to do when he comes back? That's what makes it so great. Anthony says, by the way, this is the way my mind has always worked. When I was a little kid watching movies, this is how my mind worked. I'd literally sit there thinking, why do people like it when they say that? And I'd start unpacking it in my mind. And it's like, I suppose I was always destined to write stories. But Joseph says, unforgettable. It really is. Joseph says, the actors and acting in T3 was unwatchable. It was pretty bad. I hated Nick Stahl. I hate Nick Stahl as, not him personally, obviously. I hate Nick Stahl as the character of John Connor. But Wrangler says, the special effects of T2, although it was during the infancy of CGI, hold up remarkably well to this day. Absolutely. And Robert Patrick's just blood-curdling performance as the malevolent T-1000 is one for the ages. Like, one of the best movie villains of all time. Call to John. Call to John now. I know this hurts. It's like, oh my God, he's so cold-blooded. But not in the way that a human is cold-blooded, which is what makes it so great. But it also is subtly reminding us, subconsciously reminding us that indirectly, unwittingly, but no less responsibly for that, we created this thing. We gave it that personality. Huh? Think about it. Anthony says, wasn't Christian Bale John Connor? Yes, he was in Terminator Salvation playing post-apocalypse John Connor. And believe me, Joseph, I wish that movie had been good. I would love nothing more than that movie had been good. I would love nothing more than for it to have been good. But Joseph says, I didn't like Batman 3, but Batman 1 and 2 were amazing. Are you talking about Dark Knight Rises? Because I'm not a fan of Dark Knight Rises. I hated that Batman quit for 8 years. That's the reason I hate it. That is dumb. That is a terrible answer to the question of what happens next after The Dark Knight. When I'm sitting in the theater and The Dark Knight is, riding off on the Bat Pod to that beautiful monologue by Gary Oldman's portrayal of Commissioner Gordon, he's saying, he's not the hero the city need. Or no, what is it? He's not the hero we deserve, but the hero we need. I forget how it goes. But the question on my mind is, what's going to happen next? The answer to that question being he's going to quit and pout in his mansion for 8 years is a horrible answer to that question. Just as the answer to what will Sarah Connor do now that she's pregnant with her son and knows of the future and knows about the Terminators, what will she do next? The answer that Terminator 2 gives to that question is phenomenal and the best answer I could ever have imagined. So, there you go. You liked Cameron's Akita. Interesting. Skunk's Workshop says that's what made Part 2 ending so cool, because they juxtapose saying, I'll be back with the ending. As you know or presume, he won't be back. Wrangler wants to see T-800 versus Johnny 5. Joseph says, yeah, Dark Knight Rises was not good for me. Yeah, I mean, that's the main problem with it, is it tried to split the difference between The Dark Knight Returns and the arc where Batman gets his back broken. It tried to sort of merge those two stories without Superman being a part of, because if you've ever read The Dark Knight Returns, which is a brilliant graphic novel, it's about the concept of literally Superman told Batman that if you do not retire, I will tear your arms off, or I will disable you so that you can't be Batman. And so Batman had no choice. He had to retire. That's a very different story than things went bad, so I had to quit for a while. It's like, no. Batman would never quit unless physically Superman was forcing him to do it. And even then, 10 years goes by, the city goes to hell, Batman can't take it anymore, and he's like, Superman's threats be damned, I'm going back. And he starts kicking ass again. That's a great story. And Nolan sort of tried to do partly that story and partly the story of Bane breaking his back, and it resulted in kind of a mangled hybrid that just stole, I think, a lot of Batman's valor. It stole a lot of what made him such a great character in the first two films, which is very disappointing. Very disappointing. So, but that being said, I will check out Penguin, and we'll see how it goes. I'm excited for that. I mean, dude, what's funny is I could say that I'll play Dragon Age Veilguard, and we'll see if it's any good. I'm telling you right now, like, based on the trailers, it's a goner, folks. It's like a shitty mobile game. It sucks. I did put Am I Racist on the cover, the thumbnail, so I guess I should just, as we're wrapping things up tonight, I guess I should mention it's hilarious. It's a lot of fun. And it was great. I went to see it in the theater. It was fun and haunting. Anti-racism, which of course is simply reverse racism. Wacko. Wacko lunatic worldview. But Matt Walsh is brilliant. He is hilarious. He does it. He pulls off a Sacha Baron Cohen, so go see it. Well, that is the Captain's Cast for this Sunday, September 22nd, the year of our Lord, 2024. Here on the Swords and Starships channel, I am your host, Captain Garrett. Like and subscribe, YouTube, Rumble, X, formerly Twitter. I appreciate every view. I appreciate everyone that, even in passing, took a look, left a comment, participated in the chat. You're the highlight of my Sunday. I have such a great time with all of you. Fu Man Blue, Staff Yeti, Ultimate, Kahuna, Wrangler, Joseph Ricci, Anthony Timmons, Skunk's Workshop. Anyone I miss, forgive me. There's too many of you. And there was another Anthony. So good seeing you. So, I am Captain Garrett saying until next time, I will see you out there.